The court try to take all I got. Another intricate plot. The tramp said I raped her. Damn. Why she wanna stick me for my paper? My Moschino hole, my Versace hottie. Come to find out, you was hitting everybody. You knew about me, the fake ID. Cases in Virginia, body in DC. Won't always be, that's what I get for tricking. Came out on bail, commenced to ass kicking. Licking the door, waving the 4-4. On your heard chopper, don't hit me no more. Disrespect my clique, my game's imperial. Mess around and made a milk box material. You feel me? Stealing chips, running your lips cause of you. I'm on some real. What you say, What you say, What you say, what you say? What you say,
So let's take it right.
What you say,
Open up your doors, let the funk flow in from this homie Jay and his newfound friend. I'm hitting switches like Eric on the solo creek for yo G. It's the BR18. Putting a dip in your hip from right to left. And on top of all that, I'm so deaf. Well, yo, that's my clique. Hey, homie, that's who I rose with. And we kicks nothing but the fetish. Them calls me the funkified, funkalistic, vocalistic that they ain't ready for, but they just don't hit me though. Because we're so funkified, we make it move from side to side. Well, coming straight from the 606 boat is the Brett and JD had big baby. So lay back and listen as I catch up on my pimpin' and freak this duet just like Ashford and Simpson, cause I'm
Training, registered on the 7th of December 2007. Icon lifting is ISO 9001:2015 certified, ISO 2993:2017 certified, and also ISO 17024 certified. Locally, they are also members of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Our IDC courses include pedestrian and mobile crane training, powered industrial truck training, banksman, rigger, and slinger training, person in charge / appointed person training, scaffold training, and certifications. Our city and gates approved courses include IVQ 510, Level 3 IVQ Advanced Diploma in Oil and Gas Operations, Mechanical Maintenance Technician, Electrical Maintenance Technician, Instrumentation Maintenance Technician, Process Technician. Also, our Level 3 Diploma in Engineering 2850, Fabrication and Welding, Maintenance, Installation and Commissioning, Electrical and Electronic Engineering. For over a decade, we have continued to deliver industry-tailored solutions. This approach has won us a large client base such as the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, NCDMB, in which we handle various project-based HCD trainings, Shell Petroleum Nigeria Limited, Nigerian Agri Oil Company, and various others. We pride ourselves with a serene and conducive training facility that also doubles as our corporate office, located at kilometer 3, 205 NTA Choba Road, Ozoba, Port Harcourt.
Hybrid Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about the certifications, those are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to Hybrid.
Icon Lifting and Rigging Inspection is an indigenous company registered on the 7th of December 2007. Icon Lifting is ISO 9001:2015 certified, ISO 2993:2017 certified, and also ISO 17024 certified. Locally, they are also members of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Our IDC courses include pedestrian and mobile crane training, powered industrial truck training, banksman, rigger, and slinger training, person in charge / appointed person training, scaffold training, and certifications. Our city and gates approved courses include IVQ in Oil and Gas 8510, Level 3 IVQ Advanced Diploma in Oil and Gas Operations, Mechanical Maintenance Technician, Electrical Maintenance Technician, Instrumentation Maintenance Technician, Process Technician. Also, our Level 3 Diploma in Engineering 2850, Fabrication and Welding, Maintenance, Installation and Commissioning, Electrical and Electronic Engineering. For over a decade, we have continued to deliver industry-tailored solutions. This approach has won us a large client base, such as the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, NCDMB, in which we handle various project-based HCD trainings, Shell Petroleum Nigeria Limited, Nigerian Agri Oil Company, and various others. We pride ourselves with a serene and conducive training facility that also doubles as our corporate office, located at kilometer 3, 205 NTA Choba Road, Ozoba, Port Harcourt.
cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an over the years, the Department of Petroleum Resources (DPR) has been carrying out its mandate of supervision and regulation of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, the cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an enviable platform with highly trained manpower to carry out these responsibilities that cut across the value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry. Today, DPR and its leadership is still bringing up new and excellent innovations to see to the optimum performance of the industry, bringing down the cost of production, increasing revenue to government and the population. Our service instruments of licenses, permits and approvals enable business and create opportunities for investors in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov.ng, Twitter at DPR Hotline and Instagram at DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150.
Hybrid Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about the certifications, these are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to Hybrid.
Delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about the certification, these are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health.
Icon Lifting and Rigging Inspection is an indigenous company registered on the 7th of December 2007. Icon Lifting is ISO 9001:2015 certified, ISO 2993:2017 certified, and also ISO 17024 certified. Locally, we are also members of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Our IDC courses include pedestrian and mobile crane training, powered industrial truck training, banksman, rigger, and slinger training, person in charge / appointed person training, scaffold training, and certifications. Our city and gate approved courses include IVQ in oil and gas 8510, level 3 IVQ advanced diploma in oil and gas operations, mechanical maintenance technician, electrical maintenance technician, instrumentation maintenance technician, process technician. Also our level 3 diploma in engineering 2850, fabrication and welding, maintenance, installation and commissioning, electrical and electronic engineering. For over a decade, we have continued to deliver industry-tailored solutions. This approach has won us a large client base, such as the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, NCDMB, in which we handle various project-based HCD trainings, Shell Petroleum Nigeria Limited, Nigerian Agri Oil Company, and various others. We pride ourselves with a serene and conducive training facility that also doubles as our corporate office, located at kilometer 3, 205 NTA Choba Road, Ozoba, Port Harcourt. Shell Petroleum Nigeria Limited, Nigerian Agri Oil Company, and various others.
Why choose just subsea engineering? We are the fastest growing renewable energy and subsea engineering consulting company in the world. Voted best offshore and subsea engineering firm of the UK at the Energy Innovator Awards 2019. We are headquartered in the UK and have several offices around the world, including Canada and Nigeria. We have the largest subsea engineering, pipeline engineering, drilling engineering, and renewable energy training course library in the world. with more than 200 courses. No other company has this many. Our engineers have more than 30 years of experience. We have consulted for companies such as BP, Shell, Phillips 66, and more. Our consultants are based in over 35 countries around the world. We have sold hundreds of individual courses worldwide and in-house company trainings. So what are you waiting for? For information, contact info@chesssubseaengineering.org or visit www.chesssubseaengineering.org. Other company has engineers have more than 30 years of experience. We have consulted Shell and more. Our consultants are based in over 35 countries. We have sold hundreds of individual courses worldwide in in-house company trainings. So what are you waiting for? For information, contact info@chesssubseaengineering.org or visit www.chesssubseaengineering.org.
Happy Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about the certifications, those are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to hybrid.
Icon Lifting and Rigging Inspection is an indigenous company registered on the 7th of December 2007. Icon Lifting is ISO 9001:2015 certified, ISO 2993:2017 certified, and also ISO 17024 certified. Locally, we are also members of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Our IDC courses include pedestrian and mobile training, banksman, rigger, and slinger training, person in charge / appointed person training, scaffold training, and certifications. Our city and gates approved courses include IBQ in oil and gas 8510, level 3 IBQ advanced diploma in oil and gas operations, mechanical maintenance technician, electrical maintenance technician, instrumentation maintenance technician, process technician. Also our level 3 diploma in engineering 2850, fabrication and welding, maintenance, installation and commissioning, electrical and electronic engineering. For over a decade, we have continued to deliver industry-tailored solutions. This approach has won us a large client base, such as the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, NCDNB, in which we handle various project-based HCD trainings, Shell Petroleum Nigeria Limited, Nigerian Agri Oil Company, and various others. We pride ourselves with a serene and conducive training facility that also doubles as our corporate office, located at kilometer 3, 205 NTA Choba Road, Ozoba, Port Harcourt. Project-based Nigeria Limited, Nigerian IT Oil Company, and various others. To pride ourselves in serene and conducive training facilities that also doubles as a corporate office.
January 2011. The journey has been very interesting.
Over the years, the Department of Petroleum Resources (DPR) has been carrying out its mandate of supervision and regulation of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, the cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an enviable platform with highly trained manpower to carry out these responsibilities that cut across the value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry. Today, DPR and its leadership is still bringing up new and excellent innovations to see to the optimum performance of the industry, bringing down the cost of production, increasing revenue to government and the population. Our service instruments of licenses, permits and approvals enable business and create opportunities for investors in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov.ng, Twitter at DPR Hotline, and Instagram at DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov.ng, Twitter at DPR Hotline, and Instagram at DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150.
Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited is an indigenous company that renders services to oil and gas industry. Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources in solving intellectual problems in the oil and gas industry. Our services includes reservoir management services, laboratory services, which includes private services, environmental services and special core analysis, SCAL, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact. Our services include reservoir management services, Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact. Laser Engineering Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services.
We are Inspection and Tests Nigeria Limited, ITL, with an ISO 9001 2015 Quality Management System and ISO 45001 2018 Provisional Health and Safety Management System Certified Company, ITL, through her training app, ITL Training and Certification Limited, offers a wide range of courses in welding inspection, welding technology, and non-destructive testing, NDT, and corporate development courses. ITL courses are developed, accredited, and maintained under the guidance of relevant training, certification, and regulatory bodies and schemes, including IPC, IAS, CSWIP, ASNT, NIW, IIW, etc., and presented by qualified and experienced trainers and lecturers. All courses comply with international standards for training in each field. We are a world-class training institute that offers a wide range of courses, which include NDT Level 3 training, which has not been made available in countries before now, but is currently ongoing for an NCDMB-sponsored program for the NDT industry in Nigeria. Contact us, Kilometer 1, Eleme One Road, off Eleme Junction Flyover, opposite Bristol Quarters, PO Box 5064, Port Harcourt, River State. +234 084 55 011. Alex 0909 599 9688. Edit 0803 875 2576. Ifani 0806 517 6423. Info at inspectionandtest.com. Apan at inspectionandtest.com. www.inspectionandtest.com. Inspection and Test Nigeria Limited, committed to integrity and precision engineering.
Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited is an indigenous company that renders services to oil and gas industry. Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources in solving intellectual problems in the oil and gas industry. Our services include reservoir management services, laboratory services, which includes private services, environmental services and special core analysis, SCAL, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact our services include reservoir management services, Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services. SCAL, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact Laser Engineering Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services.
His Excellency, Timmy Silva, the Honorable Minister for Petroleum Resources. I want to recognize our quintessential Executive Secretary of NCDMB, who has been a major supporter of the Ogtan initiative. Actually, Ogtan was set up by NCDMB in 2010 as part of NCDMB's initiative to develop human capacity in Nigeria oil and gas industry. And so from that time till now, Ogtan has been waxing very strong, developing along the line of human capacity initiatives, bringing in training into the country and developing human capacity all over. So we are grateful to NCDMB. We want to welcome you and all others who are here, including the chairman of the Board of Trustees, Professor Mike Onyekonwu, the outgoing president of Ogtan, the indefatigable Dr. Mayowa Afe, who is also here with us. We have in our midst both the ESCOs outgoing and the ESCOs incoming. It's a mix, it's a blend of both old and new. And I'm also happy to announce that it's a continuum because I am part of the old, I'm part of the new. So I want to thank all of you for watching. Thank you for coming. Please, it's a loaded program. Just be patient with us. This is our first time doing something that's hybrid, both online and physical. And so there may be slight hitches, but please bear with us as we advance the course of developing training in Nigeria and making sure that you understand everything that you need to know about Ogtan and how we intend along the line, even with this new ESCO, to develop human capacity in-house, in-country, into a greater capacity. So I want to thank all of you. Our president, the outgoing president, will be coming next to elucidate more on the things that we have for today. And as we do that, please give us your patience, give us your audience. And we thank you once again. Welcome to this program. The details, more of the details will be given, including the fact that the NCDMB is with us, the Director of Petroleum Resources, Engineer Saraki Awalu, will be speaking with us, and so many other varieties that we'll be offering in this package. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Sam Azoka Onyechi. Please, let's give him another round of applause. And it is my duty and pleasure to invite now to the stage. Let me remove my face mask for the benefit of those of us who are watching online. The outgoing president will also be the media past president and chairman of the Board of Trustees of Ogtan. He's done a yeoman's job for the last 4 years. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Mayowa Afe.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everywhere you are watching us from, all over the world. We're grateful that you are part of us this morning. And I want to thank the incoming president for the warm welcome he gave all of us. I want to also thank our current and outgoing chairman, Board of Trustees, our own teacher, Professor Mike Onyekonwu. Please, let's put our hands together for him. I want to thank all our ESCO who are present here at the hotel this morning. I thank our new manager who has just also joined us. We've been running together for quite some time. Please put our hands together for her. She came right on the job. You are going to indulge me. I'm going to read my speech that I've already prepared here in the laptop. And I will go into the speech right now. This is an address that is delivered by Dr. Mayowa Afe, the president of Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria, Ogtan, at Ogtan AGM/Lecture Series that is holding today in a hybrid format, both present in the hotel and also people watching us all over the place. I want to particularly welcome the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, our own Chief Tim Silva, who Ogtan just recognized a day ago, and we were with him in his office. We want to thank him for his welcome, and he fully deserved the award that he was given for doing so much for this country. I want to also welcome and thank our Director, Chief Executive of the Department of Petroleum Resources, who will be honoring him today as the Chief Innovator of the oil and gas industry, Engineer Awolu. He has done so much well for this country. We want to thank the DPR and those that are working with him. Also, our incoming president has also appreciated and welcomed our own engineer, Simbi Keyesi Wabote, the executive director of the NCDMB. The NCDMB has done exceedingly well in this country, and local content has gone a little bit high. We want to thank engineer Simbi Keyesi Wabote for all this hard work. Also, those who are managing directors, wherever you are, and chief executive of Ogtan and other companies, either present here in Lagos or you are all over the place, we want to welcome you this morning. Gentlemen of the press, there's nothing we can do without you. I can see a few of you around us. Thank you very much. We thank you for your support. I would just say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I feel very honored, and I give all the glory to God Almighty for the privilege for me to stand in your midst today after serving this great association for 4 years as the president. To address you in my last day in office. By this time tomorrow, I will be immediate past president. To stand before you this last day in office on the occasion of our annual general meeting / lecture series with the theme Inclusive Human Capital Development. I want to also say that this time last year, we couldn't have this event because of the pandemic that is ravaging all over the world and have changed all our lives. That's why we are not all here in a hotel this morning. As you probably may know, this serves as our annual conference in the face of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, which has changed all our lives and the way we work. At our inauguration by the Executive Secretary of NCDMB, Engineer Simbi Wabote, here in this same hall and hotel, April 13, 2017, we set for ourselves a 10-point agenda. Today, as we're about to hand over to a new executive council and leadership, I believe it is appropriate for me to come back to you on how far we have gone on this agenda that we set for ourselves. I'm happy to inform you that we have gone beyond our target, while we still have many other grounds to cover. It is on this note that I now present to you our report. Acquisition of Ogtan House. Like we said at the beginning, significant progress has been made towards acquisition of the Ogtan House. I can tell you we have made very significant progress in building our own Ogtan House. Contributions have been made by members. The architectural plan of the proposed Ogtan House has been designed. We're going to show it at our AGM today. The Ogtan House will boast of a full 2,000 conference hall capacity, office spaces, training rooms, and a huge parking space. So far, members have been contributing financially towards the Ogtan House project, but there is more to be done. We are hereby appealing to government regulatory agencies, IOCs, and other great organizations to support this great project and have training halls and conferences named after them. Number two, standardization and categorization of our members in conjunction with stakeholders, particularly NCDMB. I'm proud to inform you that Ogtan has commenced the categorization and standardization of our members. As of today, over 40 members have been categorized and standardized. The aim of standardization exercise is to provide quality control in the development, design, and delivery of training services by Ogtan members, and also structure a roadmap for incremental development of Ogtan from grade E to A. When we started, it was all Ogtan members. When you get a certificate, you are an Ogtan member, even if you start today. But today, we now have category A, B, C, D, E. So, and we're doing this in partnership with NCDMB. Number three, we promise ourselves that we're going to increase the feasibility of Ogtan, and also to increase our membership, both recruitment and retention. One of our greatest achievements in this administration is the increased visibility of our Ogtan in the oil and gas industry and globally. The first time we came on board, we went to the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Very few people know us, but today, everyone knows us. We were able to participate in major conferences around the world, both within and outside the country. We participated in OTC, in EAG, African Oil Week, SPE, NAPE, NCDMB, and all other conferences around the country. I want to plead and I want to encourage the incoming president, Engineer Masi, to please continue in this route. Continue education workshop and quarterly technical business meeting. Over the past 4 years, Ogtan has successfully held trainings and created a quarterly platform for networking with critical stakeholders. This was one of the founding programs of our founding fathers that was led by Professor Mike Oyekon. We've continued on it, and I can tell you today, we have done quite a lot of education training, which was sponsored by major oil companies, Shell, Ajib, Total, Chevron, and so many partners. And I have listed quite a number of them here. The number of in-country participation in training now has improved tremendously. 5, fostering collaboration between regulatory bodies, academia, and the oil and gas industry. This helps us to close the gap between the university education and the practical requirements of the oil and gas industry. To this end, Ogtan organized a national education summit recently to address this concern. We have already submitted all our outcomes of this conference to the appropriate quarters. 6, we're seeking appropriate legislation to back Ogtan. We set it for ourselves that we want to ensure that this association is backed up by an act of the National Assembly. I am glad to inform you today that Ogtan is now mentioned in the new draft of ministerial regulation, and we have made giant strides towards ensuring Ogtan is given recognition it deserves. The executive of Ogtan recently paid a visit to the executive secretary of Ogtan, led by the board of trustees chairman in the NCDMB's executive office in Abuja, to discuss Ogtan being mentioned in the act. And I can tell you the meeting was very successful. And the NCDMB is currently looking at that. The new ESCO, we have to continue. 7, pursuing profitable local and international partnerships. We promise ourselves that we are going to partner and with both local and international partnership. Ogtan has signed various cooperation agreements with both international bodies, associations, some of which are European Association of Geoscientists and Engineers. We were with them in Holland. African Oil Week, we were with them in South Africa, among others, to bring international certified trainees to Nigeria. We've signed so many of that with Ghanaian association, with so many international associations, so that we can have international input into the Nigerian training. Prior to the pandemic, the association has always made its presence felt in a lot of international conferences, like I've said, where we have ensured members' trainings and have seen and heard internationally. We exhibited full at Offshore Technology OTC, EAG conference in London, African Oil Week in South Africa, and much more. Number 8, to help our members with funding opportunities. One of the major problems of trainers in Nigeria is funding. We have approached the management of NCDMB and are exploring ways of helping our members to access funds for various projects, ranging from invoicing, discounting, working capital, training, project financing, training contracts, execution, financing, and much more. I can tell you that we're about closing, and I will encourage the incoming executive to pursue this to closing. And I want to also thank the executive secretary for giving us this opportunity. Number 9, ease of registration and membership certificate generation. One thing that we had when we came on board was that all our certificates and generations, they are all done, physically. Certificates have to be issued to you physically. But today, this outgoing administration has tried to ease the process of registration, issuance of membership certificate as the world is evolving. New and old members can now have their registration completed in a day and certificate issued immediately with our online certificate software. During this annual general meeting lecture series, Ogtan will be conferring on 5 of our distinguished members the Fellowship Award of Ogtan. And we also be honoring the Honorable, we have already honored the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources with the Gas Decade Personality Award. He has done so well, and we made him realize that. We're going to play you clips of his award during this program. And also, we are going to also be giving to the director and the chief executive officer of the DPR. We are going to be conferring him with the Oil and Gas Innovative Award. You will agree with me that this young man has done very well for this country. Ogtan will continue to work with the IOCs and other stakeholders to bring more quality trainings in country for retention of value in our country. I cannot but let you know that this team was not able. There are a few things that we would have loved to have done, but we couldn't do them. So I cannot but let you know a few of them. For example, we were not able to produce a copy for 4 years of our Ogtan Digest. And I'm sure that the president is hearing me now. They will start from here to make sure that we're able to get Ogtan Digest. We did so much, but we're not able to produce one in 4 years. That was not good enough. I've discussed this with the incoming president. I'm sure he will be able to make a change immediately. Before I conclude this speech, I cannot but thank the ES of NCDMB, the ES of PTDF, Ajib in particular, who has won from us the best IOC for local content development in Nigeria, and other stakeholders for their support of Ogtan over the years. The outgoing chairman of the Board of Trustees, Professor Mike Oyeko, who will still need you, sir. We want to thank you. Please let me put our hands together for him. Mrs. Wanola, she must be watching us from our office or home. I am immensely grateful to you, both for your support personally and for Ogtan. To our secretarial staff, that it was headed then by Mrs. Carol Geju at one time, Tola, Darlington, and Shizoba now, I am really, really grateful, and thank you all for your support. I cannot but thank all our National Executive Council members, our chapters and coordinators for their immense support and understanding. I encourage all of us to support the new president and the new team and take Ogtan to the next height. Finally, I thank my wife. She's not here, but I'm sure she will be watching me. Your husband is proud of you. Mrs. Olanike Olayinka Afe, and all our children for their support. This morning, I said to God alone be all the glory. On behalf of my colleagues, I thank you all for this opportunity to serve. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and long live Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you later in the evening. Thank you.
Let's keep clapping as he walks off the stage. That was the outgoing president of Ogtan, Dr. Afemayowa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking with us, particularly those of you who are online watching. Without much further ado, we'd like to progress this program forward. We will be hearing next from the Executive Secretary of NCDMB. He's Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote. And before he comes up, we have a brief citation that we'll all watch. And then after that citation, will be coming up Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote, who will be represented by the GM capacity building of NCDMB in the person of Dr. Ama Ikuru. Please, let's watch the citation for Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote.
Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, Engineer Simbi K. Wabote was appointed as the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, by President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, on the 29th of September 2016. He was reappointed for the second tenure by Mr. President on 25th September 2020, after a sterling performance in his first term of office. Prior to his appointment, he was an executive director of Shell Petroleum Development Company, SPDC, Nigeria Limited, and general manager, business and government relations for Shell companies in Nigeria. He joined Shell in September 1991 as an oil and gas engineer after a short stint with the banking industry. Asia and New Frontier countries, engineering, local content development, contracting and procurement, government relations, and community affairs. In his 4 years as Executive Secretary, Engineer Wabote has reinvigorated the operations of the NCDMB and developed the Nigerian Content 10-year roadmap to grow Nigerian content to 70% by 2027. He spearheaded the rapid development of the Nigerian oil and gas park in Odopani, Cross River State, and Emeyal 1, Bayelsa State, and the launch of the $200 million Nigerian Content Intervention Fund, NCI Fund, to provide low-cost and accessible credit to service companies. He spearheaded the increase of the fund to $350 million to meet increasing demand for credit by oil and gas company. He brought his project management skills into the construction of the board's new headquarters building complex, leading to the completion and commissioning of the 17-story office building, 1,000-seater auditorium, and multi-level car park under 5 years. He also pioneered the development and deployment of the Service Level Agreements, SLA, between the board and the Nigerian LNG Oil Producers Trade Section, OPTS, and Indigenous Petroleum Producers Group, IPPG, which has reduced the trending cycle time to 6 months and fast-tracks development of new projects. Under his watch, NCDMB catalyzed the successful integration of one of the largest floating production storage and offloading FPSO in country at the Shimik Yard in the Lado Free Trade Zone, and facilitated in-country integration of 6 modules on the Engina FPSO, the first time in the entire Gulf of Guinea. Engineer Wabote also introduced key signature events in the oil and gas industry calendar, such as the biannual Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair, NOGOF, Nigerian Research and Development Fair, R&D Fair, to showcase oil industries opportunities for investment and galvanize research capabilities, respectively. He has also used the annual Practical Nigerian Content Conference and exhibition to set agenda for the industry. He also championed NCDMB's equity investment in Walter Smith's Modular Refinery and Azikel Modular Refinery and other strategic capacity development initiatives in the hydrocarbon value chain, in line with the board's vision to serve as a catalyst for the industrialization of the Nigerian oil and gas sector. Engineer Wabote holds an MSc from Leeds Metropolitan University and is a graduate of Civil Engineering from Rivers State University of Science and Technology, Port Harcourt, as well as graduate of INSEAD Group Leadership Program. He has very sound technical and business competencies with proficient skills in engineering, project management, local content strategic development, human capacity building, government relations, and stakeholders management. He is also a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and a current registered engineer and a member Institute of Civil Engineers, London. Born 2nd February 1966, Engineer Wabote is a Nigerian from Bayelsa State and is married to Sotonye with 3 lovely daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Cindy Kesie Wabote.
Yes, let's clap to that. That was a wonderful, wonderful introduction. He is a man of many accomplishments. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote, ably represented by his GM Capacity Building, NCDMB, Dr. Ama Ikuru. Let's welcome him.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Really appreciate the citation.
I'm sure we're all seeing the intermittent network issues that's affecting our presentation, so please bear with us. Dr. Ama Ikuru is joining us virtually. We're all used to the kind of issues that we're seeing right here, so please bear with us as we fix the technical issues. Because he's joining us virtually, his network from his side is misbehaving. So please bear with us. That will be fixed shortly, and we will be able to hear Dr. Ama Ikuru's speech.
Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited is an indigenous company that renders services to oil and gas industry. Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources in solving intellectual problems in the oil and gas industry. Our services includes reservoir management services, laboratory services, which includes private services, environmental services and special core analysis, SCAL, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services.
Why choose Chess Subsea Engineering? We are the fastest growing renewable energy and subsea engineering consulting company in the world. Voted Best Offshore and Subsea Engineering Firm of the UK at the Energy Innovator Awards 2019. We are headquartered in the UK and have several offices around the world, including Canada and Nigeria. We have the largest subsea engineering, pipeline engineering, drilling engineering, and renewable energy training course library in the world, with more than 200 courses. No other company has this many. Our engineers have more than 30 years of experience. We have consulted for companies such as BP, Shell, Phillips 66, and more. Our consultants are based in over 35 countries around the world. We have sold hundreds of individual courses worldwide and in-house company trainings. So what are you waiting for? For information, contact info@chesssubseaengineering.org or visit www.chesssubseaengineering.org.
Happy Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about these certifications, these are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to Hybrid.
At Dorman Long Engineering Limited, we provide an extensive range of engineering-centered services and products to several industries. Our core areas of operations, however, are the oil and gas, onshore and offshore, telecommunications, manufacturing and power industries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our services includes fabric DPC/field services, asset management, galvanization and protective coating services, procurement and logistics, automation, among others. For more details on our services, contact Dorman Long Engineering Limited, building world-class capability for Nigeria and beyond.
Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellence. Supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multi-mix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain to come to Multimix Academy.
Multimix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of Multimix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind in terms of training. You can never get it wrong with Multimix.
Yeah, you're muted. They didn't allow me to unmute. The host is not allowing me to unmute. Hello, confirm you can hear me, please. That's the key. Confirm you can hear me. I'm muted here. Okay, that's this. Hello? Oh.
We can hear you.
It's not working. Did you exit this one?
Yes, I had to leave so it will not be clashing.
Not carry that. It's not working. Please just take it away.
Please go ahead, Dr. Ama, we can hear you.
At Dorman Long Engineering Limited, we provide an extensive range of engineering-centered services and products to several industries. Our core areas of operations, however, are the oil and gas, onshore and offshore, telecommunications, manufacturing and power industries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our services include fabrication and EPC/field services, asset management, galvanization and protective coating services, procurement and logistics, automation and others. For more details on our services, contact Dorman Long Engineering Limited, building world-class capability for Nigeria and beyond.
Okay, morning all. I'm waiting for the Okay, thank you so very much. Keynote address by the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Title, Sustaining Indigenous Participation in the Oil and Gas Through Knowledge and Technology Transfer. I will start by respecting the protocol established before me, especially by the president, the outgoing president of Ogtan. And I will single out the good members of Ogtan, the outgoing and incoming presidents, and the invited guests and the gentlemen for special recognition. So you are welcome to the Ogtan 2021 lecture series. The nature of this gathering should be thought-provoking, while at the same time challenging us on how we can push the innovation boundaries to promote functional solutions that can solve the challenges faced by the oil and gas industry. Looking at the global hydrocarbon footprint, there is no gainsaying that our country is blessed with an abundance of natural resources, especially hydrocarbon deposits. Nigeria has the largest volume of proven crude oil reserves in Africa. However, with the largest proven reserves of gas in Africa, Nigeria stands out as a gas nation. It is in recognition of this fact that the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief Temipri Silva, came up with several initiatives which are aimed at developing the nation's gas resources. Some of these initiatives include the National Gas Expansion Program, National Gas Flare Commercialization Program, Nigeria Gas Transport Network Code, etc. In fact, this decade has been declared as a decade of gas by the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief Temipri Silva. Prior to the enactment of Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act 2010, you will recall that only a small fraction, less than 5% of Nigeria's annual oil and gas industry spend was retained in country. We are delighted that we have pushed this to about 35% now, with the various measures being implemented. Our goal is to achieve 70% Nigerian content by the year 2027. The local content agenda is neither new nor a local philosophy, but rather an agenda that is being promoted globally. As a matter of utmost urgency, it is important for us to look inwards to provide local solutions to local problems. No one will share their trade secrets with us, so we either maintain the status quo or develop our own technology. What we are witnessing today in the oil and gas industry is an indication that the Nigerian oil and gas industry has taken up the challenge, and Nigerian companies are taking concrete steps towards the distillation of their activities in the country. As an agency of government tasked with the mandate to develop local capabilities and capacities across the nation's oil and gas industry and its linkage sectors, the board conceived and implemented several initiatives, one of which is the rehabilitation of technical and vocational education and training centers, TVETs, across the country since 2018 as a means of furthering the attainment of the aspirations of local content. Let me just digress a little. So the board carried out the study of the state of technical and vocational institutions in 3 states of, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, and Rivers State as a pilot. And from the finding, it became very clear that unless we intervened in upgrading some of the institutions, our attempt in creating technical manpower for the oil and gas industry will be a Herculean task. So since then, the board has started upgrading, and we have started commissioning some of the facilities that we've upgraded. Similarly, the board focuses on human capital development, as this is one means through which Nigerians can acquire the critical skills required to render services to the oil and gas industry and its linkage sectors. Some of the human capital development initiatives that the board has embarked on include vocational skills training, marine cadets training, international sea time for marine cadets, GSM repairs, the recent completed skills training with the Industrial Training Fund, and a host of other initiatives that are ongoing through the project-based training. Also, being a versatile organization and a bid to keep up with progressive trends, NCDMB bettered the Nigerian Oil and Gas Technology Hackathon and the Science and Technology Innovation Challenge to allow our innovators to come up with new ideas and face the challenge of now to develop facilities and technologies required in the industry. The Science and Technology Innovation Challenge is an entrepreneurship development program targeted at students of accredited tertiary institutions in Nigeria to apply science, technology, and innovation to finding homegrown solutions to everyday problems across all sectors of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to ensure and sustain local participation in the oil and gas industry, it is crucial to put in place mechanisms and tools that will promote knowledge and technology development. Towards this end, the board incorporated research and statistics and funding as essential components of its 10-year strategic roadmap. Under the funding enabler, the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund was set up with an initial $200 million fund. This has now increased to $350 million. Sections 37 to 39 of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Act mandates the board to superintend research and development work, act on 7 policy trusts, which includes focus on market-driven research, creation of research and development centers of excellence, provision of sustainable funding to support research and development, provision of enablers for commercialization of research breakthroughs, facilitate acceptance and utilization of products of research by end users, amongst other trusts. The board subsequently developed a 10-year research and development roadmap consisting of 2 initiatives to drive its R&D interventions in the short, medium, and long term. The Nigerian Content Research and Development Council, NCRDC, headed by the Executive Secretary, NCDMB, with members drawn from NOTAP, OPTS, IPPT, PCTS, PETAN, and MBTI, and National Universities Commission, was inaugurated in 2018 as a think tank to support the board in implementing the R&D interventions. Based on recommendations of the council, the NCDMB Governing Council approved the creation of a Nigerian Content Research and Development Fund as contained in the Research and Development Framework, with the initial seed fund of $50 million. The fund is meant to be applied to 4 broad intervention areas. 1, research intervention. 2, establishment of centers of excellence in academic and research institutions. 3, sponsor commercialization of research. And 4, sponsor endowment of professorial chairs in the universities. The Research and Development Fund has the following fund allocation model. Basic and applied research will have 50%, centers of excellence 20%, endowment 5%, and research commercialization 60%. These are all aimed at sustaining indigenous participation in the oil and gas industry through knowledge and technology transfer. Individuals, businesses, and corporate organizations that have ideas in building or developing innovative solutions that will address challenges in the oil and gas industry can submit their proposals to the board for review and consideration. I also expect Ogtan to play critical roles towards ensuring sustenance of local participation in the oil and gas sector through knowledge and technology transfer. The tools, platforms, contents, and methodology for technology transfer, for transfer of knowledge and technology are evolving fast. And all of you will agree with me, we're in the age of digitalization, and everything taken has become digital, more so with the challenges we are getting from COVID. We'll struggle to implement a number of face-to-face training interventions. So Ogtan should be in the forefront of innovating around the virtual learning and digital intervention. There is need to create the means of raising the curiosity of the current and future generations in the oil and gas industry so that we sustain and grow our participation. For instance, notwithstanding the challenges posed by COVID pandemic, the Nigerian fintech industry is well positioned for growth in the coming years. We must further create and implement ways to connect technology to the oil and gas industry, the same way that the finance sector has developed technology to connect to a large number of our population. This connection must permeate the upstream, midstream, downstream sectors of the industry, as well as in human capacity and capital development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank members of the executive of Ogtan for putting together yet another wonderful and exciting AGM lecture series. I commend the outgoing ESCO for a wonderful tenure and for the great achievements they have recorded. I believe the incoming ESCO will sustain and grow these gains. Thank you all for your attention. God bless you all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Engineer Simbi Wabote, Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. So thank you so very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote, for that wonderful presentation, which was done by the GM Capacity Building, Dr. Ama Ikuru. Dr. Ama Ikuru, we thank you for that very informative session talking about all of the achievements of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board in developing local content in Nigeria. As you can see, as you have noted, there are so many that the board is doing to make this work and to develop our economy. Talking about development of our economy, just something that I would like us to chip in here as part of what the NCDMB Executive Secretary has said. There is an energy transition going on where there's a shift to focus on our gas reserves, and there's a whole lot of work going on that as well. Ogtan is playing a big part in that, in bringing our abilities to develop the human capital that we would need to make the objectives of the Nigerian government, which is to make Nigeria a gas-based industrialized nation, to make that a reality. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And for those who are watching us online, it is time for a break networking session now. We will have a break and we'll have a networking session. And after that, we also have the session that will be delivered by our incoming General Secretary on the Ogtan standardization process. So thank you very much. The network break will be for, I believe it's for 30 minutes. Yes, we will be back in 30 minutes.
At Dorman Long Engineering Limited, we provide an extensive range of engineering-centered services and products to several industries. Our core areas of operations, however, are the oil and gas, onshore and offshore, telecommunications, manufacturing and power industries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our services include fabrication and EPC/field services, asset management, galvanization and protective coating services, procurement and logistics, automation, among others. For more details on our services, contact Dorman Long Engineering Limited, building world-class capability for Nigeria and beyond. At Dorman Long Engineering Limited, we provide an
9001-2015 Quality Management. We are Inspection and Tests Nigeria Limited, ITL, with an ISO 9001-2015 Quality Management System and ISO 45001-2018 Occupational Health and Safety Management System Certified Company. ITL, through her training app, ITL Training and Certification Limited, offers a wide range of courses in welding inspection, welding technology, and non-destructive testing, NDT, and corporate development courses. ITL courses are developed, accredited, and maintained under the guidance of relevant training, certification, and regulatory bodies and schemes, including IPC, IAS, CSWIP, ASNT, NIW, IIW, etc., and presented by qualified and experienced trainers and lecturers. All courses comply with international standards for training in each field. We are a world-class training institute that offers a wide range of courses, which include NDT Level 3 training, which has not been made available in country before now, but is currently ongoing for an NCDMB-sponsored program for the NDT industry in Nigeria. Contact us, Kilometer 1, Eleme One Road, off Eleme Junction Flyover, opposite Bristol Quarters, P.O. Box 5064, Port Harcourt, River State, +234 084 55 011, Alex 0909 599 9688, Edit 0803 875 2576, Ifeanyi 0806 517 6423. info@inspectionandtest.com, @inspectionandtest.com, www.inspectionandtest.com. Inspection and Test Nigeria Limited, committed to integrity and precision engineering. We are Inspection and Tests Nigeria Limited, ITL, with an ISO 9001-2015 Quality Management System and ISO 450.
Over the years, the Department of Petroleum Resources DPR has been carrying out its mandate of supervision and regulation of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, the cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an enviable platform with highly trained manpower to carry out these responsibilities that cut across the value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry. Today, DPR and its leadership is still bringing up new and excellent innovations to see to the optimum performance of the industry, bringing down the cost of production, increasing revenue to government and the population. Our service instruments of licenses, permits, and approvals enable business and create opportunities for investors in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov. Twitter @DPR Hotline, and Instagram @DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150.
Hybrid Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about these certifications, these are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to Hybrid.
Icon Lifting and Rigging Inspection is an indigenous company registered on the 7th of December 2007. Icon Lifting is ISO 9001-2015 certified ISO 2993-2017 certified, and also ISO 17024 certified. Locally, we are also members of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Our IDC courses include pedestral and mobile crane training, powered industrial truck training, banksman, rigger, and slinger training, person in charge / appointed person training, scaffold training, and certifications. Our City and Gates approved courses include IVQ in Oil and Gas 8510, Level 3 IVQ Advanced Diploma in Oil and Gas Operations, Mechanical Maintenance Technician, Electrical Maintenance Technician, Instrumentation Maintenance Technician, Process Technician. Also our Level 3 Diploma in Engineering 2850, Fabrication and Welding, Maintenance, Installation and Commissioning, Electrical and Electronic Engineering. For over a decade, we have continued to deliver industry-tailored solutions. This approach has won us a large client base, such as the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, NCDMB, in which we handled various project-based HCD trainings, Shell Petroleum Nigeria Limited, Nigerian Ajib Oil Company, and various others. We pride ourselves with a serene and conducive training facility that also doubles as our corporate office, located at kilometer 3, 205 NTA Choba Road, Ozoba, Port Harcourt.
Why choose Chess Subsea Engineering? We are the fastest growing renewable energy and subsea engineering consulting company in the world. Voted Best Offshore and Subsea Engineering Firm of the UK at the Energy Innovator Awards 2019. We are headquartered in the UK and have several offices around the world, including Canada and Nigeria. We have the largest subsea engineering, pipeline engineering, drilling engineering, and renewable energy training course library in the world, with more than 200 courses. No other company has this many. Our engineers have more than 30 years of experience. We have consulted for companies such as BP, Shell, Phillips 66, and more. Our consultants are based in over 35 countries around the world. We have sold hundreds of individual courses worldwide and in-house company trainings. So what are you waiting for? For information, contact info@chesssubseaengineering.org or visit www.chesssubseaengineering.org.
Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited is an indigenous company that renders services to oil and gas industry. Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources in solving intellectual problems in the oil and gas industry. Our services includes reservoir management services, laboratory services, which includes private services, environmental services and special core analysis, SCAL, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing Ogtan
2018 Occupational Health and Safety Management System Certified Company, ITL, through her training app, ITL Training and Certification Limited, offers a wide range of courses in welding inspection, welding technology, and non-destructive testing, NDT, and corporate development courses. ITL courses are developed, accredited, and maintained under the guidance of relevant training, certification, and regulatory bodies and scheme, including IPC, IAS, CSWIP, ASNT, NIW, IIW, etc., and presented by qualified and experienced trainers and lecturers. All courses comply with international standards for training in each field. We are a world-class training institute that offers a wide range of courses, which include NDT Level 3 training, which has not been made available in country before now, but is currently ongoing for an NCDMB-sponsored program for the NDT industry in Nigeria. Contact us, Kilometer 1, Eleme One Road, off Eleme Junction Flyover, opposite Bristol Quarters, P.O. Box 5064, Port Harcourt, River State, +234 084 55 011. Alex 0909 599 9688. Edit 0803 875 2576. Ifani 0806 517 6423. info@inspectionandtest.com. Akpan @inspectionandtest.com. www.inspectionandtest.com. Inspection and Test Nigeria Limited, committed to integrity and precision engineering.
Industries. Our core areas of operations, however, are the
recovery through specialized services. Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited is an indigenous company that renders services to oil and gas industry. Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources in solving intellectual problems in the oil and gas industry. Our services includes reservoir management services, laboratory services, which includes private services, environmental services and special core analysis, SCAL, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services.
Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multi-mix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain to come to Multi-Mix Academy.
Multi-mix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of multi-mix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind in terms of training. You can never get it wrong with multi-mix. Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multi-mix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain to come to Multi-Mix Academy.
Multi-mix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of multi-mix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind in terms of training. You can never get it wrong with multi-mix. Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multi-mix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain to come to Multi-Mix Academy.
Multi-mix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of multi-mix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind in terms of training. You can never get it wrong with multi-mix. Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multi-mix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain to come to Multi-Mix Academy.
Multi-mix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of multi-mix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind in terms of training. You can never get it wrong with multi-mix. Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellent.
Over the years, the Department of Petroleum Resources (DPR) has been carrying out its mandate of supervision and regulation of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, the cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an enviable platform with highly trained manpower to carry out these responsibilities that cut across the value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry. Today, DPR and its leadership is still bringing up new and excellent innovations to see to the optimum performance of the industry, bringing down the cost of production, increasing revenue to government and the population. Our service instruments of licenses, permits, and approvals enable business and create opportunities for investors in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov.ng, Twitter at DPR Hotline, and Instagram at DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150.
Hybrid Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about the certifications, those are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to hybrid.
Icon Lifting and Rigging Inspection is an indigenous company registered on the 7th of December 2007. Icon Lifting is ISO 9001:2015 certified, ISO 2993:2017 certified, and also ISO 17024 certified. Locally, we are also members of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Our IDC courses include pedestral and mobile crane training, powered industrial truck training, banksman, rigger, and slinger training, person in charge / appointed person training, scaffold training, and certifications. Our City and Gates approved courses include IVQ in Oil and Gas 8510, Level 3 IVQ Advanced Diploma in Oil and Gas Operations, Mechanical Maintenance Technician, Electrical Maintenance Technician, Instrumentation Maintenance Technician, Process Technician. Also our Level 3 Diploma in Engineering 2850, Fabrication and Welding, Maintenance, Installation and Commissioning, Electrical and Electronic Engineering. For over a decade, we have continued to deliver industry-tailored solutions. This approach has won us a large client base, such as the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, NCDMB, in which we handled various project-based HCD trainings, Shell Petroleum Nigeria Limited, Nigerian Ajib Oil Company, and various others. We pride ourselves with a serene and conducive training facility that also doubles as our corporate office, located at kilometer 3, 205 NTA Choba Road, Ozoba, Port Harcourt.
Why choose Chess Subsea Engineering? We are the fastest growing renewable energy and subsea engineering consulting company in the world. Voted Best Offshore and Subsea Engineering Firm of the UK at the Energy Innovator Awards 2019. We are headquartered in the UK and have several offices around the world, including Canada and Nigeria. We have the largest subsea engineering, pipeline engineering, drilling engineering, and renewable energy training course library in the world, with more than 200 courses. No other company has this many. Our engineers have more than 30 years of experience. We have consulted for companies such as BP, Shell, Phillips 66, and more. Our consultants are based in over 35 countries around the world. We have sold hundreds of individual courses worldwide and in-house company trainings. So what are you waiting for? For information, contact info@chesssubseaengineering.org or visit www.chesssubseaengineering.org.
Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited is an indigenous company that renders services to oil and gas industry. Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources in solving intellectual problems in the oil and gas industry. Our services includes reservoir management services, laboratory services, which includes private services, environmental services and special core analysis, SCAL, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, Procurement and Training Services, Manpower Training Services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services.
Offers a wide range of courses in welding inspection, welding technology, and non-destructive testing, NDT, and corporate development courses. ITL courses are developed, accredited, and maintained under the guidance of relevant training, certification, and regulatory bodies and scheme, including IPC, IAS, CSWIP, ASNT, NIW, IIW, etc., and presented by qualified and experienced trainers and lecturers. All courses comply with international standards for training in each field. We are a world-class training institute that offers a wide range of courses, which include NDT Level 3 training, which has not been made available in country before now, but is currently ongoing for an NCDMB-sponsored program for the NDT industry in Nigeria. Contact us, Kilometer 1, Eleme One Road, off Eleme Junction Flyover, opposite Bristol Quarters, P.O. Box 5064, Port Harcourt, River State, +234 084 55 011.
Good afternoon again, or right, good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluchi Okafor. I am the Managing Director of Multimix Academy, one of the Ogtan members, and also very grateful to be the newly elected University Liaison Coordinator for Ogtan. I'd like to welcome you to the second phase of the program. And in this phase, we're going to be having Mr. Joseph Karu, who is the MD of Homaston Limited and the incoming General Secretary. And he's going to be taking us on the Ogtan standardization process, prelude to the ISO 9001-2015 Quality Management System training, which will be happening later today. Please, if you're engaging us on social media about this event, kindly use the hashtag 2021 Ogtan AGM. Can we please put our hands together for Mr. Joseph?
Good day, everyone. Good morning. I wish to stand on existing protocols with regards to the lectures that we're supposed to be having here today. In this stead, we will be looking at a very intense topic. You know that we've already offered the training or the lecture that is supposed to take place regarding ISO 9001-2015 standards. Why do we need to standardize? Currently, the NCDMB is working on a broad spectrum categorization of all the trainers in Nigeria. And it is of utmost importance that our members are aligned and are standardized. In other words, it will put you in a good position to fit into the NCDMB categorization. So this morning, we're looking at the importance of the standard and the hard work that the ESCO has been doing up to this state and what we intend to build on and tell you about the importance for your participation in that lecture of ISO 9001-2015. So we go on with a slide presentation here on the standardization. All right, on the standardization. Okay. On the standardization. So Ogtan standardization is in accordance with what we call the ATSP, which is the approved training and standards service provider. The provision of these standards is one thing that is quite unique when we're talking about Ogtan standardization. We're talking about a unique aspect, being the first to develop a code or a standard that is aligned with international best practices. It means that if we're fully aligned with this standardization objective, we are not only going to excel within the local space, but our standardization is going outside Nigeria. We're looking at being established in the international space as well. We go through this keys or the block for standardization. One, we're talking about the bodies that are essential. You need to have an insight because we're going to tell you about training, how your training process goes, why your training looks like a factory, and also why the standardization is of utmost importance to every member and should be taken seriously. We have the World Standards Corporation. Now, this World Standard Corporation, the WSCs, is referring to bodies like the IEC, the ISO, the ITUs. These are bodies that establish standards. And outside that, we have a second level, which is the professional bodies. The professional bodies also, based on the practice within their space, establish standards. We go to the validation. We go to the validation and verification bodies. These bodies verify and validate what is being done. Now, a type of body like that is like you are having Bureau Veritas and the like, the SGS. They are validation and verification bodies. So when you acclaim yourself to a particular standard, they come in to take an independent view of that standard and then make a conclusion that you really suit to that standard. You have the certification or standardization development organizations, as well as the accreditation bodies. So that is the structure or the blocks of standards. How do they work? How is it connected to our standardization process? We will move ahead on that. The Ogtan standardization is connected to certain normatives we use for measurement. We have the BSI 29993-2015, which deals with the informal education or non-formal education. You finished your education within the university. You are now going to fit within the occupational space. And as a result, we want to put in a standard to that training. Then you have to be compliant with ISO 9001, ISO 29993-2015. Then we have the ANSET, which is within the American space, 1213. We have the ISO 17024. Precisely, many people are asking, why do we need ISO 17024? What is ISO 17024? Now, that is the standard to which a body issuing certification or accreditation of persons will come out well. When you have a certificate that is not aligned to a 17024 body, you would not be able to meet the international space, like PMP. PMP is project. Sorry about that, just hold on. Okay, good. I'm good here. Comfortable. Okay, project management professional. The PMI, which is the Project Management Institute, is empowered by 17024. I want us to get this clearly. They are empowered by 17024. Without 17024, that certification that you go for, that is given to you, a PMP certification, will not be aligned with international best standards. So what empowers PMI? Now think about the organization. We're talking Ogtan, but now I'm saying PMI is an organization. What gives them the impetus and the right to say this is a certified individual is 17024, because it contains the pack and the standards for certifying a professional. ASTM E2659, that is for certification programs. Certification program, that is competency-based certification programs. In a stead wherein we train someone, and it is not for a professional like the PMP. When you have professional certifications given to you by 17024, it has a duration. That means that after 4 years, if there is no practice, you lose your certificate immediately. But with 1702, with ASTM E2659, it's a competency certification that you can use over the years. We have the ISO 9001:2015, which deals with your managerial structure. Management is everything. It shows the sequence and flow of activity, of job descriptions in the office, of your mission and vision, organizational statements, gearing towards how do you provide the client satisfaction. Now, it also involves all the internal and internal stakeholders that are needful for you to come out as world-class. That's 9001:2015. The Ogtan standard is a hybrid of all of this, making reference to where is relevant to our organic Nigerian environment. And that is ATSPTQS 0119, which has been developed to serve. So we're looking instead of the international bodies we aligned with, accreditation of training organization, like I said, a summary of what we've done. Accreditation of training organizations for certifications, you have 17024, 17025 is for labs. Then international standard organization is one body whose certification, when given to your organization as meeting these standards that we've given, makes you recognized by 145 countries in the world that are signed to what we call an MLA, multinational agreement. You have ISO, which the 2993, etc., is for training standards post-university education. And the ANSI is the one that gives you our ASTM E2659 for competency-based trainings. Ogtan wants the members to be of the requisite standard to be accepted, as previously stated, beyond the shores of Nigeria. That's why it's of utmost importance that we take seriously this process. Darlington, I would appreciate the factory, before we go into the dimension, the factory, the training factory, so that we understand all what we do, regardless of the area you are, the kind of training that you give, how this huge investment of human capital should be taken very seriously. A nation is only as civilized as the degree of the competence of its human resource. Once you take it out, there is a problem. We have to take this seriously. We'll go into the training, but I shoot you some few statistics for you to understand why it's necessary that we build up tremendous manpower to build our nation and the economy. Nigeria as a country, I always say, we have about 36 billion barrels of crude reserves. India as a nation, they do have 5 billion barrels of crude reserves. The United States has 36, they were 36 or lower than us, but now by fracking, they're about 40 billion barrels reserve, noted internationally. When we come into those, for you to transfer your raw materials into wealth, resourcefulness is supposed to be incorporated. And to exhibit that resourcefulness in terms of skills, you must have standards. You don't just do everything like that. When we go into how the resources have been utilized, India that has 5 billion barrel reserve has 25 refineries in the world, and their processing is giving them about 6 to 7 million liters of barrels per day. Sorry, 6 to 7 million barrels processed crude products per day. United States has 150 refineries. They're doing between 15 and 17 million per day. Unfortunately, being more endowed, we're doing under 25,000 barrels per day. It's quite a huge gap. These figures can be confirmed from the OPEC records of 2020 as a direct impact. This is the reason why to develop our human capital, we need to take standardization very seriously. What is the dimension of the Ogtan standardization? First of all, we're looking at regulatory compliance. You have no business doing business in Nigeria if you have not gone through the needful regulatory compliance. You've paid your tax. We're talking about your financial compliance with the government. We're talking about CAC registration and every other registration that is needful for you to be recognized as a legitimate or legal entity in delivering training. The second dimension within this is the managerial status. What type of management as a company do you do? The management takes the lead. That is why the reference of the training tomorrow, I beg you, take it very seriously and ensure you attend the lecture on ISO 9001-2015. The managerial status tags your financial system as well as your managerial system in delivering your training. If you don't have job description and people are not specifically highlighted to do specific tasks in your management, if you are also not in a case wherein you have a flow, SOP, sequence of activity of delivering your training, you will do it haphazardly, and then the right quality will not be delivered. So the second dimension is our managerial dimension. And then we have the third dimension that is two folds. A is technical appraisal. You may have a great facility, very huge facility. You may have billions of dollars at your disposal, but can you deliver training? What type of training methodology do you use? The ADI, for example, okay, the analyze, design, develop, implementation, and evaluate what you've given out is a principle. We're talking about running VAC analysis to know the type of learner. When adult learners come to your classroom, you have visual learners that understand more of visual entities and picture. When you come to another stage, you have the auditory learner that can listen and read and write, and then kinesthetic that needs to do what needs to be done in practice before. That's their preferred learning methodologies. You have to develop your curricula and your training mechanism to tally with the preferred method of the mix within your classroom, or else you will just be talking to people and who are not understanding you or are discouraged by your method of approach. So that's why technical appraisal of your staffing, the people who deliver for you? Do you have instructional designers? Do you have facilitators that understand the human science? That's the first level, part A of the technical appraisal. Then we move to part B. Part B is your delivery procedures. And also the tools that you utilize in terms of delivering your training. Are they up to standard? Are they as you acclaimed in terms of the certifications that you deliver? Does your facility have the capacity that is required for this type of training or the equipment? That is the second aspect of it. And then we go to dimension 4, which is also 2 parts. The part 1 encapsulates the proven satisfactory relationship. This is also tied in your ISO 9001-2015. Customer feedback is prime. We want to know, based on the training that you have claimed, what is the confirmed, documented evidence of your customers saying your training was good, your training was excellent, and we recommend other people who want training to participate. The lower part, or the B of the performance aspect, is saying that what is the quantum of successful deliveries that you've done? Do you have a job completion certificate for all the jobs that you claim that you have done? Do you have a case of successful management of the training project such that we don't have clients going overboard? They've been undercosted, or you have overcosted the training. So this is the kind of quality of trainers that we desire within the ranks and files of Ogtan. And that's why we're standardizing. And like we assured you, if you actually are compliant with the standardization of Ogtan, then you will be adequately positioned to find yourself successful in being categorized by or falling in favor of the categorization criteria of the NCDMB. Why is it? We need to know the objective. Is it really necessary? Why should I? I can do my training and I don't need anybody around. People come in. How do I, what's the relevance of it to the country as a whole? Number one is better sustainability for our business and service communities. Most times when you want to train for the multinationals, they ask you for international standard certifications. Meaning if you cannot measure to that standard, you will only be a hawker of certifications, not a trainer that produces certifications of international repute. So it changes your status and opens your market to the international market. You will not be limited to Nigeria. The second thing is it reduces variability in training. When one trainer does project management planning, a second trainer does project management planning, a third trainer does project management and training, you will find out that there is variance in the certificate. Some subjects are in this one, some subjects are not in this one, some objectives are short in this one, but they all issue the same certificate. Now, this variance is not right, because nobody will take us seriously if we don't have a common standard across board about the measuring matrix of the certificates that we issue. The third objective is the huge economic savings that will come not only from us paying for foreign certifications and subjecting our fellow Nigerians to go into change naira to dollar to acquire the certifications because you can now deliver locally. The other area of the economic aspect is that when you are able to use your organic parameters to train people domiciled in your territory, rework that takes place on projects is minimized. So you get So we want to know the performance and the function that the organization requires as an outcome. So we go there to gather all the material. We want to also know the training preference of your people. So we keep gathering the demographics, the age of the trainers, of the participants of the course. So we are gathering raw materials like a factory would do. And then you see us coming in and we're packing all the raw materials, the sum total of the training information, the job standard that is required to do that training, the requisite pertinent skills for improving that training, and understanding the aptitude that is interdisciplinary within that organization to deliver performance. We go to the next aspect, which is in the training factory, we've got the required information, so we're sorting them out. You sort them out because when you're delivering your power slides, your videos, your lab materials, you are sorting the information that you have got from the person who requests the training from you, like you will sort it out before you start putting it in the factory plant. These are critical information in building human competence, because if you leave them out, what is training? Training is delta. Before, what did he know? After, what can he do? You remove the delta, there's nothing. So you are going to have a zero delta if you don't consider sorting this thing out. Then you start generating your manuals, your questionnaires, your assessment and testing, your grading criteria. You start getting that out. And once you've done that, you've analyzed your detail, you roll your ADI, which is your factory processing manual or instructional design systems, into the factory, you're ready to work. You start producing. You are designing your course. Like you'll have Milo 100 grams, below 200 grams, below 400 grams shelf. You are now starting to produce your level 1 certification, level 2 certification, level 3 certification. And if you're asking me for the batch numbers, all that you produce on the factory has a batch number. Please check your certificates. You will see certification batch numbers there. So the production is ongoing. We have different qualified products that are going out there for the end users. You look at the slides, it's saying that some of the products that we may have is certificate of attendance, certificate of completion, certificate of proficiency, professional certifications, and all of them have a unique batch number, which is that. So the factory is set, and we roll out. When we roll out that in terms of delivering the training, the products class are overview, basic, intermediate, advanced, mastery. So it's different product for different market user. Then we go to packaging and loading because we are going to deliver training. Who needs the packaging and loading? The end users in the industry. Oil and gas, medical, agriculture, education. Lots of customers going out there with the serial packages. They buy the product when they come into your classroom and collect the training. So that is it. We do the delivery. And when you have delivered it, you've given them a delta from point A to point B. The moment they buy your product and the person recruited is working within your office, they must see a competence that you have transferred at that point. And if there is a particular skill that they think you left out in your curriculum, then they will give you a feedback in the factory, just like Toyota will recall all of the cars they sent out because the end user has given a feedback. So somebody will say, oh, you did an overview, but there was no drilling. And this guy needed drilling experience on this. And that is why we think you should upgrade your next version level 1 to include drilling. So basically, human capacity development indicators will start growing year after year. We should be expecting competent people handling the space in which we operate. The ATSP that we've done is a code which I will flash through. It handles almost everything relating to training. And why the code is key or principle is because it is connected not to probably our own local internals. It is connected to the strength of international best practices. If you take a look at I'll give you a brief look at the ISO 9001, 2015, and its implementation in training. Let's take an organization. Well, I don't want to call name, but let's take a traffic management organization of a state. If you move around and you say, oh, Nigerians spent 200 hours or 2 million hours in traffic that is wasted this week, and there is an audit which is embedded in the 9001 2015 to diagnose why are Nigerians wasting this amount of time in traffic. Then you say articulated vehicles breaking down everywhere. And then you pick up articulated vehicles, you get a feedback. With a feedback form to all Nigerians that are in traffic, you will get to know how many hours precisely everybody wastes in traffic, their feedback, how they think you could give them better services. And then you pick up that feedback that was given to you, and then you go in your audit that comes for your ISO 9000 2015, you decide to do an audit on why, because that's a non-conformity. Why? You do the 5 why, you will get down to the nitty-gritty of why you are having all those articulated vehicles causing problem. And then you profile a solution to it. How can we remedy it? You remedy that by proposing a change to your process of operation, and then you watch again for the other month and see if the amount of man hours wasted in traffic would reduce. That means that your system is effective. If it increases, it means that you're still not tackled the problem. So that's operational system alliance with standards. If I give you light and electricity, and I give you a feedback form, what do you think about my service? And I give you, sometimes I want to call somebody, but there's nobody to reach, and I don't have any access to who would come and repair. That's a feedback. By the time I do an analysis, I will now create a solution in the system to provide excellent power services. So the entire nation needs ISO 9001 2015. And I'm appealing to even people who are not within the purview of Ogtan to take it seriously. If you're a manager in any of the multinationals, or let me say the parastatals precisely, and you want to give excellent service to Nigeria, make it a point of duty to attend that lecture and find a part in what we're doing. So in conclusion, we would give what we, in our standardization, our grading, our marking, what are we expecting on this? We know technical competence, we have the regulatory compliance like we've explained, as a score. We give you a 10% on that, because remember that we're doing training. What trainers are qualified for is their ability to create a delta before and after the event in the classroom. So we give you a 10 on regulatory. It's important. And the beautiful thing about it is it's mandatory. You cannot go further if you do not go through regulatory. If your regulatory compliance is out of it, we cannot even further progress with you. So because that is what you don't want to toy with, is the government aspect. And then we go to the performance record. Sorry, I think I've gone up. Yeah, we're going on the performance record. The performance record is your feedback. It's your delivery. It's two-pronged, I guess, and you have a 15 on that. This is your technical. Your technical is training outcome validation. You have a 25%. Because even if you have, like I said, a huge facility, you have lots of money, you have political influence, if you cannot change that delta, you are not a trainer. You're just around there to fill up the space. So that training validation of training and building competence within Nigeria is of utmost importance. That's why it has a weighty mark. The technical competence appraisal. Why are we having 55? Imagine you don't have any learning outcome when you do not do a TNA to appreciate the learners. Imagine that your facilitators are not even qualified to give the training that you said. You have no sequence of your training outcomes. Then there is no need for you to do or call yourself a trainer. So this appraisal is heavy. It's the most weighty. This is where we align if your system is aligned with international best practices or not. If you do not have an international best practice, you don't have anything supporting your basis of training, today you can start your training, no learning objectives, you just go ahead. If your assessment has no grading matrix or scoring rubrics, then what are you doing? So to make that very clear, we've done a 55 on that because it deals with your everything that you require to make your training standards. Okay, so within our own ranks of Ogtan, by the time you sum up all the scores we've given in terms of how, say, your standard delivery or approved or accredited training service provider, we score you over the 100. I guess that's the conclusion of our standardization process.
Let us give a round of applause to Engineer Joseph Carew for that wonderful, enlightening presentation on the Ogtan standardization process. Even went beyond the standardization process to explain the entire process from beginning to end and how it can benefit not just training organizations, but the entire public service organizations and any company for that matter. I would like to encourage those who are watching online to send in their questions that they may have. There are a few questions already. We'll encourage those who are here in the room to also ask questions while we have Engineer Joseph Carew attend to those questions. So the very first question I'd like to ask on behalf of those who are here and some that were sent online is to Engineer Carew. As a member of Ogtan, does Ogtan provide this kind of enlightenment and orientation so that all of its members can aspire to become providers of standardized, internationally accredited training programs?
First of all, thank you for that question. Ogtan has done an orientation at state levels. Okay, Ogtan has done an orientation at state level in which we actually explain to all the entire membership what the standardization is all about and its importance. So we've done an orientation. And thankfully, the incoming president is a standard doyen himself regarding building the standard. So building on that foundation is a second level in which the actual training of moving your process from point A to point B to be within that standard that is accepted is going to be done. And one of the first initiatives that has been done is one leg on the area of managerial stature, which is the ISO 9001 and 2015 training that is scheduled for tomorrow. So many of these are going to come in line with this.
The next question from someone watching online says, which particular standard is Ogtan as a body supposed to go for?
Okay, Ogtan as a body is supposed to go for 17046, or because that is for accrediting of organizations that are giving certification, which is currently being worked on. In fact, it's a priority that was stated in the manifestation of this coming up. So, but as at now, what Ogtan has done is created an envelope of all the best practices for their members, and will take the groundbreaking session of ensuring that their own management, all right, that is going on is ISO 9001 2015, so that we are able to manage the flow of activities in terms of an internal regulator. We're in top gear with preparations for the alignment, like we call the IAS, which is an international organization. We have affiliation companies that are ready to come in and support. We already have the standards that we're supposed to meet. So it's a work in progress, but it's on the table, and we are working assiduously to ensure that we don't fall short of what is needed for us being able to regulate what we call the Ogtan certification requirement applicable baseline, which is OCRAP. That's the code line we gave. The Ogtan certification requirements acceptable baseline. So you cannot provide a certificate to your participant in a course that does not tally with all the international best practices that needs to be done. We're even pushing further to get the ASTP, our own standard, the TSQ, to that level of international recognition.
Okay, thank you. Another question. I am training in piping engineering design. What standard will make my certificate be accepted and recognized outside Nigeria?
Now, for piping engineering design, you have certifications that, like I said, you have level. It is not just you being a piping engineer. You're talking about level 1 certifications, level 2, level 3. So if you're a beginner, then you're having a level 1 certificate. That's one. But for the international recognition of that certification, which is the reason why we're standardizing, your piping codes and standards are your task requirements in the training. It's part of your curricula. Those codes and standards reflect the best practices in which you can conduct your design. But for the certificate issued to you to bear weight, then it has to comply with the relevant standards that were mentioned and totally accredited by the IAS to get out of the Nigerian purview also.
Good, thank you. So there are a number of questions, and I hope we'll take all of these one by one. Let me ask this difficult one first. You mentioned one of the benefits of getting all of these certifications is the fact that we will be able to limit capital flight as it relates to Nigerians seeking for internationally accredited certifying bodies. What role will standard organizations of Nigeria play in partnering maybe with Ogtan to ensure we bring those standards, limit capital flight in line with the objectives of the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board as it relates to training in the oil and gas sector or the energy sector generally, which is the purview of Ogtan as an association?
Okay, the Standard Organizations of Nigeria is platformed on regulatory provisions by the Nigerian government. So it's internal. Now, charity does begins at home. So Ogtan is open to partnership with all these regulatory bodies to see how we can do things better. Even though Ogtan is aiming at getting into the international space, but with an alignment with SON, it first of all has to project our united objective. In other words, unity of purpose. This is what we want to do within the industry. And this is how we want you to platform it for national recognition by regulation, which is quite easy. If we use their regulatory power, which they already have, and our technical competence in a marriage, then it comes out united, because they have the regulatory to say we are standardizing this. So they come into our field as regulator. We come and says, okay, we say to them, these are the international standard that govern trading globally. Within the Nigerian space, this is the focus. And the two organizations in partnership will now create what you call a mission statement. Should it be that we want Nigerian issued certification to be of reputable standard above either the entire Africa or the leading certification issuing country for the world or for Africa. When we have that, then it gives us a roadmap that we will collaborate on to get things done.
Great. The next question says, they want to know if they can get the slides.
Oh, sure. You can get the slides.
Okay. And another question, when is the training going to happen, the ISO 9001-2015?
It's taking place tomorrow. We can't wait for it to happen.
Very good. Are there any other questions here?
And subsequent trainings will be coming on.
Any other questions here in the room? By the way, there was one question that relates to Ogtan has professional working groups. What role would the professional working groups play in ensuring that different disciplines meet the minimum requirements to get standardized according to the, as you call it, OCRAB, Ogtan certification requirements?
Acceptable baseline.
Acceptable baseline.
Yeah. Now, with that, Ogtan has a project that we've been pushing. We've spoken, I guess, with the NBTE. We're discussing with Nigerian Universities Commission, etc. There is a big difference between academic output and occupational output. The current curricula or the current national qualification framework tend or a little bit skews towards the academic space, even though you have it called vocational. But when you go to the European standards, you will find out they have occupational certification right up to level 9. And that level 9 might be equivalent to an academic doctorate. So the guy does not know how about the Faraday laws or anything, but he can sew shoes. He can sew shoes to the level of international export because he's a level 9er in terms of that certification. So what we desire or work with within the oil and gas industry that has very little tolerance for novices, because you're talking about multi-million-dollar facilities that you can't toy or play around with, is to make sure we collaborate with the NUC, the NBTE, etc., to do what we call a need analysis or a gap closure preparation with the current curricula and what is tenable in industry. That makes your graduate employable. You know, in terms of that collaboration, there's a difference between unemployment problem and employability problem. Nigeria, sadly, is always crying of unemployment problem. But if we look at our airports, we see foreigners coming in huge droves every day, and they're getting jobs. So the reason is this: employability is different from unemployment, because you can have the requisites, you've got an academic paper in your hand, and you're called to an office and given an assignment, even with the digital skills that are necessary to even start you up. Most times when graduates are shortlisted from most of the Ogtan members, the feedback is that they don't have that baseline skills. Now, if the university had an ISO 9001-2015, they would have given to the end users or us that do then we will give them this feedback, and the NUC will go back to their drawing board and incorporates the evaluation of what the feedback is. So this is a chain. It's a collaborative chain. We get the feedback. We align with the NBT and say the reason why the graduates are not being absorbed is because training budget and liability for a case wearing, from the last statistics I had from the NYSC, you have 4% of engineering graduates, if you're dealing with engineering, out of an annual graduation output of, like I said, 618,000 graduates. It is a highly competitive market. Because I'm first class, what can you do with it for me? Because I want to make profit. And that is what needs to be known by the university and the technical people so that they work with Ogtan in terms of preparing industry-ready graduate.
Okay, I think that's the last question, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Can we have another round of applause for Mr. Joseph for that fantastic presentation? Okay, so we're just about done with the morning session for our program of the day. We're going to take a 1-hour networking break, and we're going to be back at 1:30 for the afternoon session of the program. We'd like to appeal to everyone who's joining us virtually to please join us at 1:30 on the dot for the rest of the program. Thank you again for being with us this long. Okay, yes, we're going to be having the DPR director at exactly 1:30. So that's not something that you definitely at 1:40, but I would like to ask everyone to join at 1:30 so that we're all here waiting for him by the time he speaks. So that's not something we want to miss. Thank you again for staying with us this long, and we will be back at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges. And here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about the certifications, those are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to hybrid.
A whole lot of cadre of people in the society. So in the scope of the business that we do, we are able to provide every service that relates to preventing loss, and that's safety. So everything safety means everything. Our businesses don't only service the corporate sector, we also service individuals. So there are individual participants in our training. For full operations, we are in 6 states and 2 other countries presently.
Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multi-mix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain should come to Multi-Mix Academy.
Multi-mix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of multi-mix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind in terms of training. You can never get it wrong with multi-mix. Think
At Dorman Long Engineering Limited, we provide an extensive range of engineering-centered services and products to several industries. Our core areas of operations, however, are the oil and gas, onshore and offshore, telecommunications, manufacturing and power industries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our services includes fabrication and EPC/field services, asset management, galvanization and protective coating services, procurement and logistics, automation, among others. For more details on our services, contact Dorman Long Engineering Limited, building world-class capability for Nigeria and beyond.
Simbi. 0909 599 9688. Edit 0803 875 2576. Ifan. We are Inspection and Tests Nigeria Limited, ITL, with an ISO 9001-2015 Quality Management System and ISO 45001-2018 Occupational Health and Safety Management System Certified Company. ITL, through her training app, ITL Training and Certification Limited, offers a wide range of courses in welding inspection, welding technology, and non-destructive testing, NDT, and corporate development courses. ITL courses are developed, accredited, and maintained under the guidance of relevant training, certification, and regulatory bodies and schemes, including IPC, IAS, CSWIP, ASNT, NIW, IIW, etc., and presented by qualified and experienced trainers and lecturers. All courses comply with international standards for training in each field. We are a world-class training institute that offers a wide range of courses, which include NDT Level 3 training, which has not been made available in country before now, but is currently ongoing for an NCDMB sponsored program for the NDT industry in Nigeria. Contact us, Kilometer 1, Eleme One Road, off Eleme Junction Flyover, opposite Bristol Quarters, PO Box 5064, Port Harcourt, River State, +234 084 55 011. Alex 0909 599 9688. Edit 0803 875 2576. Ifeanyi 0806 517 6423. info@inspectionandtest.com. Akpan at inspectionandtest.com. www.inspectionandtest.com. Inspection and Test Nigeria Limited, committed to integrity and precision engineering. We are Inspection and Tests Nigeria Limited, ITL, with an ISO 90.
Why choose Chess Subsea Engineering? We are the fastest growing renewable energy and subsea engineering consulting company in the world. Voted Best Offshore and Subsea Engineering Firm of the UK at the Energy Innovator Awards 2019. We are headquartered in the UK and have several offices around the world, including Canada and Nigeria. We have the largest subsea engineering, pipeline engineering, drilling engineering, and renewable energy training course library in the world, with more than 200 courses. No other company has this many. Our engineers have more than 30 years of experience. We have consulted for companies such as BP, Shell, Phillips 66, and more. Our consultants are based in over 35 countries around the world. We have sold hundreds of individual courses worldwide and in-house company trainings. So what are you waiting for? For information, contact info@chesssubseaengineering.org or visit www.chesssubseaengineering.org.
Icon Lifting and Rigging Inspection is an indigenous company registered on the 7th of December 2007. Icon Lifting is ISO 9001-2015 certified, ISO 2993-2017 certified, and also certified. Locally, we are also members of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Our IDC courses include pedestrian and mobile crane training, pad industrial truck training, banksman, rigger, and slinger training, person in charge / appointed person training, scaffold training, and certifications. Our City and Gates approved courses include IBQ in Oil and Gas 8510, Level 3 IBQ Advanced Diploma in Oil and Gas Operations, Mechanical Maintenance Technician, Electrical Maintenance Technician, Instrumentation Maintenance Technician, Process Technician, Also, our level 3 diploma in engineering 2850, fabrication and welding, maintenance, installation and commissioning, electrical and electronic engineering. For over a decade, we have continued to deliver industry-tailored solutions. This has won us a large client base, such as the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, NCDMB, in which we handle various project-based HCD trainings, Shell Petroleum Nigeria Limited, Nigerian Ajib Oil Company, and various others. We pride ourselves with a serene and conducive training facility that also doubles as our corporate office, located at kilometer 3, 205 NTA Choba Road, Ozoba, Port Harcourt. Icon Lifting and Rigging Inspection is an indigenous company registered on the 7th of December 2007. Icon Lifting is ISO 9001:2015 certified.
Over the years, the Department of Petroleum Resources DPR has been carrying out its mandate of supervision of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, the cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an enviable platform with highly trained manpower to carry out these responsibilities that cut across the value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry. Today, DPR and its leadership is still bringing up new and excellent innovations to see to the optimum performance of the industry, bringing down the cost of production, increasing revenue to government and the population. Our service instruments of licenses, permits, and approvals enable business and create opportunities for investors in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov.ng, Twitter at DPR Hotline, and Instagram at DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150.
Hybrid Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about these certifications, these are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to Hybrid.
A whole lot of cadre of people in the society. So in the scope of the business that we do, we are able to provide every service that relates to preventing loss, and that's safety. So everything safety means everything. Our business is not only service the corporate sector, we also service individuals. So there are individual participants in our training. For full operations, we are in 6 states and 2 other countries presently.
At Dorman Long Engineering Limited, we provide an extensive range of engineering-centered services and products to several industries. Our core areas of operations, however, are the oil and gas, onshore and offshore, telecommunications, manufacturing and power industries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our services include fabrication and EPC/field services, asset management, galvanization and protective coating services, procurement and logistics, automation, among others. For more details on our services, contact Dorman Long Engineering Limited, building world-class capability for Nigeria and beyond.
Hybrid Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through
Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multi-mix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain to come to Multi-Mix Academy.
Multi-mix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of multi-mix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind in terms of training. You can never get it wrong with multi-mix. Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multi-mix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain to come to Multi-Mix Academy.
Multi-mix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of multi-mix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind. You can never get it wrong.
We are Inspection and Tests Nigeria Limited, ITL, with an ISO 9001-2015 Quality Management System and ISO 45001-2018 Occupational Health and Safety Management System certified company. ITL, through her training arm, ITL Training and Certification Limited, offers a wide range of courses in welding inspection, welding technology, and non-destructive testing, NDT, and corporate development courses. ITL courses are developed, accredited, and maintained under the guidance of relevant training, certification, and regulatory bodies and schemes, including IPC, IAS, CSWIP, ASNT, NIW, IIW, etc., and presented by qualified and experienced trainers and lecturers. All courses comply with international standards for training in each field. We are a world-class training institute that offers a wide range of courses, which include NDT Level 3 training, which has not been made available in country before now, but is currently ongoing for an NCDMB-sponsored program for the NDT industry in Nigeria. Contact us, Kilometer 1, Eleme One Road, off Eleme Junction Flyover, opposite Bristol Quarters, P.O. Box 5064, Port Harcourt, River State. +234 084 55 011. Alex 0909 599 9688. Edit 0803 875 2576. Ifeanyi 0806 517 6423. info@inspectionandtest.com. Apan@inspectionandtest.com. www.inspectionandtest.com. Inspection and Test Nigeria Limited, committed to integrity and precision engineering.
Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited is an indigenous company that renders services to oil and gas industry. Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources in solving intellectual problems in the oil and gas industry. Our services includes reservoir management services, laboratory services, which includes private services, environmental services and special core analysis, SCAL, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services.
At Dorman Long Engineering Limited, we provide an extensive range of engineering-centered services and products to several industries. Our core areas of operations, however, are the oil and gas, onshore and offshore, telecommunications, manufacturing and power industries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our services include fabrication and EPC/field services, asset management, galvanization and protective coating services, procurement and logistics, automation, among others. For more details on our services, contact Dorman Long Engineering Limited, building world-class capability for Nigeria and beyond.
Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multi-Mix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multi-mix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain should come to Multi-Mix Academy.
Multi-mix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of multi-mix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind in terms of training. You can never get it wrong with multi-mix.
Happy Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about the certifications, these are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to hybrid.
A whole lot of cadre of people in the society. So in the scope of the business that we do, we are able to provide every service that relates to preventing loss, and that's safety. So everything safety means everything. Our businesses don't only service the corporate sector, we also service individuals. So there are individual participants in our training. For full operations, we are in 6 states and 2 other countries presently.
Icon Lifting and Rigging Inspection is an indigenous company registered on the 7th of December 2007. Icon Lifting is ISO 9001:2015 certified, ISO 2993:2017 certified, and also ISO 17024 certified. Locally, we are also members of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Our IDC courses include pedestral and mobile crane training, powered industrial truck training, banksman, rigger, and slinger training, person in charge / appointed person training, scaffold training, and certifications. Our city and gates approved courses include IVQ in oil and gas, 8510, level 3 IVQ advanced diploma in oil and gas operations, mechanical maintenance technician, electrical maintenance technician, instrumentation maintenance technician, process technician. Also our level 3 diploma in engineering, 2850, fabrication and welding, maintenance, installation and commissioning, electrical and electronic engineering. For over a decade, we have continued to deliver industry-tailored solutions. This approach has won us a large client base, such as the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, NCDMB, in which we handled various project-based HCD trainings, Shell Petroleum Nigeria Limited, Nigerian Agip Oil Company, and various others. We pride ourselves with a serene and conducive training facility that also doubles as our corporate office, located at kilometer 3, 205 NTA Choba Road, Ozoba, Port Harcourt.
Why choose Chess Subsea Engineering? We are the fastest growing renewable energy and subsea engineering consulting company in the world. Voted Best Offshore and Subsea Engineering Firm of the UK at the Energy Innovator Awards 2019. We are headquartered in the UK and have several offices around the world, including Canada and Nigeria. We have the largest subsea engineering, pipeline engineering, drilling engineering, and renewable energy training course library in the world, with more than 200 courses. No other company has this many. Our engineers have more than 30 years of experience. We have consulted for companies such as BP, Shell, Phillips 66, and more. Our consultants are based in over 35 countries around the world. We have sold hundreds of individual courses worldwide and in-house company trainings. So what are you waiting for? For information, contact info@chesssubseaengineering.org or visit www.chesssubseaengineering.org.
Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited is an indigenous company that renders services to oil and gas industry. Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources in solving intellectual problems in the oil and gas industry. Our services includes reservoir management services, Laboratory services, which includes private services, environmental services and special core analysis, SCAL. Research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services.
We are Inspection and Tests Nigeria Limited, ITL, with an ISO 9001-2015 Quality Management System and ISO 45001-2018 Occupational Health and Safety Management System Certified Company. ITL, through her training arm, ITL Training and Certification Limited, offers a wide range of courses in welding inspection, welding technology, and non-destructive testing, NDT, and corporate development courses. ITL courses are developed, accredited, and maintained under the guidance of relevant training, certification, and regulatory bodies and scheme, including IPC, IAS, CSWIP, ASNT, NIW, IIW, etc., and presented by qualified and experienced trainers and lecturers. All courses comply with international standards for training in each field. We are a world-class training institute that offers a wide range of courses, which include NDT Level 3 training, which has not been made available in country before now, but is currently ongoing for an NCDMB-sponsored program for the NDT industry in Nigeria. Contact us, Kilometer 1, Eleme One Road, off Eleme Junction Flyover, opposite Bristol Quarters, P.O. Box 5064, Port Harcourt, River State, +234 084 55 011, Alex 0909 599 9688, Edit 0803 875 2576, Ifeanyi 0806 517 6423. info@inspectionandtest.com, @inspectionandtest.com, www.inspectionandtest.com. Inspection and Test Nigeria Limited, committed to integrity and precision engineering.
At Dorman Long Engineering Limited, we provide an extensive range of engineering-centered services and products to several industries. Our core areas of operations, however, are the oil and gas, onshore and offshore, telecommunications, manufacturing and power industries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our services include fabrication and EPC/field services, asset management, galvanization and protective coating services, procurement and logistics, automation, among others. For more details on our services, contact Dorman Long Engineering Limited, building world-class capability for Nigeria and beyond.
Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multimix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain at all.
Multimix works on empowering you, your mind, your level of knowledge, and it also helps you to become a better version of yourself.
Multi-mix is professionalism in its core.
I would advise anybody that wants to start a career in supply chain to come to Multimix Academy.
Multimix is a game changer when it comes to training.
You're thinking of multi-mix, you're thinking of supply chain. That's the first organization that comes to mind in terms of training. You can never get it wrong with multi-mix. Think supply chain, think multi-mix.
What comes to mind when I think about Multimix Academy? Excellence, supply chain excellence.
If you are considering supply chain as a career path, your school should be multi-mix. If you are not in multi-mix and you are in supply chain, you are not doing supply chain.
1993. Done with BUK, but certainly not done with acquiring knowledge. Awalu moved to the Chevron Academy, where he will Engineer Awalu Saki, Director, Department of Petroleum Resources, DPR. Engineer Awalu Saki, born in 1965, the DPR helmsman and chairman, PTI Governing Council, had a good record of sterling academic accomplishment before he joined DPR. He was at the Ahmadu Bello University, ABU, Zaria, from where he bagged a Bachelor of Engineering in Chemical Engineering in 1989. Thereafter, he proceeded to the Bayero University, Kano, where he earned a postgraduate diploma in management in 1993. Done with BUK, but certainly not done with acquiring knowledge, Awalu moved to the Chevron Academy, where he was awarded a certificate in oil and gas, handling facilities, maintenance, and troubleshooting in 1999. Awalu's education was not restricted to Nigeria. He was also at Petrad, Norway, where he got a diploma in drilling risk assessment in 2000. 2 years later, he got another diploma in petroleum policies and management from the same institution. In 2006, Awalu obtained a diploma in offshore technology from Petroskill, USA, and in 2007, he returned to the Petrad, Norway, and earned yet another diploma in petroleum policy and operations. In 2017, the new DRP boss was at the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru, Jos. He started his working life at the Federal Housing Authority, FHA, in Lagos as a National Youth Service Corps NYSC member, serving as process engineer in charge of sewage and water treatment plant between 1989 and 1990. From 1990 to 1992, Awalu was the Kano State Minister of Industry and Commerce, where he was able to develop industrial inspection model for Kano State. He also successfully initiated the concept of small-scale technology in business incubation. While there, he reviewed a number of industrial proposals and oversaw their implementation. At the Kano State Environmental Planning and Protection Agency, where he worked as environmental engineer and project manager at various times between 1992 and 1998. The new DPR boss was instrumental to the construction of the Central Industrial Effluent Treatment Plant for Shalawa, Sharada, and Bompai industrial estates, Kano River Pollution Project, and Wasai Earth Dam Pollution Control Project, among others. Since his movement to the DPR, Awalu has held some key positions in the organization. Indeed, in the statement announcing him, the presidency hailed him as a driving force of the agency. Having started out in the agency in 1998, Awalu rose through the ranks to the position of Assistant Director before his elevation as Director of the organization. As Principal Chemical Engineer between 1998 and 2002, he successfully supervised a number of collaborative projects of the DPR with oil giants such as Chevron and Shell, among others. He was also at various times in his 21-year stint at the DPR. Assistant Chief Chemical Engineer, Chief Chemical Engineer, Deputy Manager, Manager, Safety Control Manager, Upstream Facilities, as well as Assistant Director. An engineer registered by the Council of the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN. The DPR helmsman is a member, Nigerian Society of Engineers, NSE, Member Society of Petroleum Engineers, and Associate Member, Institute of Chemical Engineers, United Kingdom. Just days after
the bandwidth here? No, it's usually very good. Larusa, because even on my own system, I was telling me that would low. The bandwidth. Okay.
You may go ahead, sir.
Okay. I am very delighted. The president of Ogtan, members of this distinguished association, captain of the industry, my dear colleagues in oil and gas industry, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on the existing protocol already established. I'm greatly honored to be a recipient of this prestigious Oil and Gas Innovation Award. And this award is by the National Executive Council of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria, Ogtan, on this auspicious occasion. The prestigious award is dedicated to the management and staff of the Department of Petroleum Resources, who have painstakingly exhibit innovation and creativity to add value, promote ideas, and create opportunity for the sustainable development of the Nigerian oil and gas industry in the overriding national interest. As you are aware, the DPR is not just a regulator, but we're an opportunity house where creativity, innovation, and transformation are the hallmark of our activities. And this is all done to drive economic growth of our nation, stability and sustainability through our abundant oil and gas resource. I would like to thank you and thank the industry for the resilience and innovation. The Nigerian economy waded through turbulent times. The DPR is proud of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, which has emerged stronger in the face of daunting challenges of the triple force. I always mention this triple force because they are reality. Oil price crash, global pandemic, and the production cut. This dealt a severe blow on the world market and global economy. As we are rebounding with the increased stability of crude oil price, let me assure you that the department will continue to play the leading role and provide needed direction for the benefit of the industry. You may recall that His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari establishes and commissioned the Nigerian Oil and Gas Excellence Center. And this center is to serve as oil and gas industry cost reduction center, innovation hub, and to harness industry best practices, competence, and capacity for a win-win outcome for all stakeholders. Let me emphasize that a tree cannot make a forest. No man or individual is self-repository of knowledge. As such, the opportunities to innovate and learn to improve ways of doing things are boundless. In our quest to advance humanity, we need to learn from each other, and we need to continue to improve our knowledge. Accordingly, we must continue to collaborate, especially with associations like Ogtan, and to leverage our individual strengths for mutually beneficial outcome. This is a pivotal role that the department will continue to play as industry leader. To this end, the DPR is proud to be associated with Ogtan, because our drive to build industry capacity is synchronous with that of the renowned organization such as Ogtan. Over the years, Ogtan has maintained its reputation as the gold standard. And this is of independent training service providers in the oil and gas industry. We are proud of you. As I can say that Ogtan was established to develop indigenous capacity for the Nigerian oil and gas industry in line with the mandate of the department and other agencies of government, such as Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. I'm proud to say that Ogtan has become a household name to reckon with and to continue to blaze the trail in the Committee of Indigenous Capacity Development Experts. At the department here, we are proud to be associated with a strategic partner like you. We will leave no stone unturned as we push the boundaries and create opportunity that enable businesses and investments for all stakeholders by using our service instrument of our license that guarantees investment, permit enable participation, and our approval that authorize activities. I'm aware that the reward of good work is certainly more work. Let me reassure all our partners of DPR's commitment, the collaboration towards sustainable human capacity development for the benefit of all stakeholders in Nigerian oil and gas value chain. And this will be through the instrumentality of the Oil and Gas Competence Development and Innovation Center that is right in the heart of NOGEC. In this, we look forward to enhanced collaboration with indigenous training organizations and indeed Ogtan. For us at the department, our role as business enablers and opportunity providers position us strategically as driving force in the use of technology and application of technical know-how, entrenching sustainable partnership to grow our indigenous capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this award is a call of service to all of us in DPR as business enablers. I sincerely thank the National Executive Council of Ogtan for this inspirational award. God willing, we will not let you down. Please accept the warm felicitations from all of us at the Department of Petroleum Resources. God bless and thank you very much.
President to the stage to present this award to you, sir. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we are going to have to do this in a makeshift manner and in a virtual manner, but we're sure that the sentiments behind the award still stands regardless. A round of applause for Dr. Afe, please.
Yeah. Thank you, our beloved Director and Chief Executive Officer of Department of Petroleum Resources. It took us some time to be able to arrive at this award. And this year, Ogtan gave 2 recognition awards to people who had done so well for Nigeria and enhancing the capacity building of this country. We came to a point where we saw the DPR director and CEO as somebody who had innovated quite a lot of ideas that could bring value retention into this country. And we want to use this to tell him that whatever he's doing at his corner at DPR, the world is watching him. And we want to say this afternoon that we have watched what you are doing and it's impacting on the entire country. And we want to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, for giving us a round peg in a round hole. We will still come to your office and do this presentation to you, but because of the pandemic that we are going through today, that have changed the way we worked and the way we live our lives, I will make this presentation to you, and hopefully you are seeing me and hearing me in your office in Abuja. On behalf of the National Executive Council of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria, I stand here to give this recognition and the award of innovation to our current DPR Director and Chief Executive Officer, Engineer Awalu Saki, in recognition of your creative and innovative contributions to the growth of the Department of Petroleum Resources and the Nigeria oil and gas industry. I present you this award, and thank you very much. Can you please can you put your hands together for the DPR Director and okay. Thank you. We'll keep on learning on this pandemic stuff. So this is the award to Engineer Saki Awalu, who has brought a lot of kindness to this country, a lot of innovation, and he has mentioned a few areas where Ogtan will also be involved. So we thank Engineer Awalu for what he's doing for this country. Thank you very much, sir. We will find time to come and present this to you in your office. Thank you so much. We're so grateful. Thank you. Please, once again, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you. So the DPR Director can continue to watch us while we move on to other things. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, sorry. I think he can accept the award. If he has not gone finally, he can make one or two remarks to accept the award and probably give us the time to come and give this award to him physically. Thank you very much. The DPR Director, sir.
So the President, Ogtan, I say on behalf of myself and the entire management and staff of Department of Petroleum Resources, we hereby accept this innovative award, and we want to assure you on our unreserved support for this great organization, great association. We believe you are creating a lot of value for the industry, and you are needed in the industry. And the only thing we do have is to ensure that the industry take maximum advantage of what Ogtan is already offering to our dear nation and to our dear industry. So thank you so much. And as all of us here in DPR are happy to receive and accept this innovation award. And we are proud of Ogtan, and we are proud to be associated with your association. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Saki Awalu. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our distinguished president and the new recipient. Congratulations, sir. We're going to go right into the next item on our list, and I'm going to give the president here because this is actually his core function, and it is the Presidential Award. Now, this is an award that is given to people internally and externally who have helped Ogtan achieve its goals in the last 1 year, or in this case 2 years, because we're kind of combining 2 years activities together. And I'll go right in without much further ado. And the first award I have here is for Best Staff of the Year. the best staff of the year for Ogtan. And the winner is Mr. Darlington Nwosu. A round of applause. We all know Darlington. We all know.
Please, let's put our hands together for him very well. Let's keep clapping for this boy. He's a young man now. He's now going to be a father very soon. Thank you very much. Let me say one thing about Darlington. You know, my tenor is running down. I will give this thing to Marcy very soon. So you will pardon me to say a few things. All right. This guy, you know, when we hired him, the committee worked and they brought 3 people to me and said, we want you to take one of these 3. He was the first person I spoke to. And I told the general manager who seated there, I said, there's no point to speak to others after speaking with him. And he has not diminished since he has been with us. This award carries a cash prize of 100,000 naira. And I want to thank you. He is supportive of Ogtan, not me in person. He's very supportive of the institution. And today we want to say thank you. And on behalf of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria, I stand as the president to give you this outstanding service award with a cash prize of 100,000 naira in appreciation of your outstanding performance to Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria. Congratulations. I hope the photographer is there. Thank you, sir. Thanks. Thank you.
Round of applause for Darlington. We have our second award here, and it's for the best national exco. And this is outgoing, I presume. And the best national exco is Mr. Matthew Olaleye. A round of applause for him, please. He looks surprised and shocked at the same time.
I've not told anybody. I asked everybody to please, as the president, just give me this opportunity.
A round of applause, please. A round of applause, please.
I did not discuss with the incoming president. He didn't know. So maybe at your time, you will ask for this kind of opportunity too. So please, this man has been working with me for the past 4 years. He's the financial officer of the association. And I told him that anything you sign, I'm not going to look at it, I'm going to sign it. And if there is any query, you are the one who is going to answer it. And I want to stand here. We are not always very good at conversation together. He's always very critical about our issues. And I know that this critical is not personal. It is to make Ogtan a better organization. And so this afternoon, I stand there to say, in my own judgment, not in the judgment of all of us, to say that I give you this outstanding service award, and this comes with a cash prize of 50,000. And I want to say thank you for the last 4 years. We have worked together. You know, financial people have bad names, and I'm not sure you are exempted from it. And I want to thank you. So I present this to you as the president of Ogtan, on behalf of Ogtan, in appreciation of your meritorious service to Ogtan as financial secretary from 2019 to 2021. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. The award is actually to 2 persons, and it's the Excellent Service Award. And it goes to 2 people that we know well and love and have worked with in Ogtan. And that is Mrs. Carol Egejuru and Mrs. Omotola Kolawole. I'm sure she will receive for both because she seems to be the only one here. Congratulations, ma'am.
Women want photographs,
Definitely.
so she wants to.
Definitely. If we don't have the picture, it didn't happen. So we must take it.
Please, let's put our hands together for this woman. She did well. She did well. My wife is here, so I can hug her. This woman was hired by the board of the last executive council. We inherited her. And this woman did exceedingly well. And about 6 months ago, she opted out. And we felt that this is a good parting point to say thank you for what you did for us. We are indeed very grateful. Please bring the, and the ESCO want to say thank you for what you have done for us. You left us, and you left us well. And Ogtan is very grateful to you. And we can call you to mentor the young people that have taken over from us. And good enough, we just got a manager of Ogtan. Shizoba is, I've worked with her for another 3 months. She's good. And where's Shizoba? Okay, please continue to work the way you are working so that you can get this type of award. So I want to thank you, GM, for what you have done. So on behalf of Ogtan, I present to you Mrs. Carol Egejuru in appreciation of your meritorious service to this great organization of Ogtan. Congratulations.
Congratulations, ma'am. And please, can we just have a round of applause for Mrs. Omotola Kolawole? Is she here? No. Okay, she's not here. Okay, no problem. So the fourth award is to the Oil and Gas Reporter of the Year, and that goes to Tolulope Michael Ogundori for TVC. A round of applause. Is he here?
Please, let's put our hands together for Tolu. He's the best oil and gas reporter for 2020.
A round of applause for him.
Let's
please.
put our hands together for him. This man covers us every time. Not only Ogtan, he covers everyone. And we watch those who are giving value to this country. This man gives value to Nigeria. And we see you in your corner in TVC with the passion and the strength at which you give your service to this country. And you are still going higher. And I want to thank you on behalf of this country for what you are doing as the best reporter for 2020. So it's on behalf of this that I present to you, Mr. Tolulope Michael Ogunjobi, the oil and gas best reporter for 2020.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Tolulope. Another round of applause for him. All right, and we're going to go to the best local content newspaper. The best local content newspaper is Nigerian News Direct. Nigerian News Direct. A round of applause for them. Can the representative please come forward?
Dr. Samuel BME, let's put our hands together for this young man.
A round of applause,
very rugged
please.
man. Very rugged man. He started to start a company on his own. And today, he has done very well. When we visited the minister on Monday, our news was in the front page of News Direct on Tuesday. This man has done very well for this country. He's an epitome of local content. And I want to thank you for your ruggedness to show example that you can survive in a difficult environment like Nigeria. And please give me the award, admin the award. So we watch your newspaper every time. And on behalf of Ogtan, as the president of this organization, we present to you Dr. BME and your organization, Nigeria's News Direct, the best local content newspaper for Nigeria in 2020. Yes, your staff can join you. The staff of News Direct can please join the managing director. The staff of News Direct present here. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Thank you. The incoming president can join me. The incoming president can join me. Please, let's put our hands together for him. No, this way. Somebody should come this side. Okay. Congratulations. Please continue to read News Direct. It's going to be the guardian of tomorrow. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Nigeria News Direct. Okay, we now have the best local content magazine. Mr. President, I'm so sorry for keeping you standing for so long. Please, apologies, sir. The best local content magazine is Major Waves Energy Reports. Major Waves Energy Reports. A round of applause for them as
Let's
they come
put our
up.
hands together for Major Waves. Major Waves. This Major Waves founded by a young couple, very young couple, and they have been extremely fantastic. I've watched them all over the place. Please, let's put our hands together for them. The wife has made presentations all over the world. The husband, they have been just fantastic. And I think this is, watch them, they report local content, NCDMB every time. And this is a good, we have come to the fact that you are the best local content magazine for 2020. Please bring the award. I will still invite the immediate, the incoming president to please join me to celebrate these people. You know, we have to encourage ourselves in Nigeria. We have to develop our own. These guys have been running on their own and they have been doing their best. I stand on behalf of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria to recognize your effort in this space called Nigeria. And I'm very sure very soon you will get bigger. And to recognize you, Local Content Magazine for 2020. Congratulations. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations.
Another. So sorry, we have one of our recipients who was initially not.
This afternoon on behalf of Ogtan to recognize what you have done for this association, and you've done very well. And to say thank you to you from Ogtan, and please keep this very well, and the letter we give to you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Please, let's. So let's go.
Field Services. Asset Management. At Dorman Long Engineering Limited, we provide an extensive range of engineering-centered services and products to several industries. Our core areas of operations, however, are the oil and gas, onshore and offshore, telecommunications, manufacturing and power industries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our services include fabrication and EPC/field services, asset management, galvanization and protective coating services, procurement and logistics, automation, among others. For more details on our services, contact Dorman Long Engineering Limited, building world-class capability for Nigeria and beyond.
Over the years, the Department of Petroleum Resources (DPR) has been carrying out its mandate of supervision and regulation of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, the cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an enviable platform with highly trained manpower to carry out these responsibilities that cut across the value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry. Today, DPR and its leadership is still bringing up new and excellent innovations to see to the optimum performance of the industry, bringing down the cost of production, increasing revenue to government and the population. Our service instruments of licenses, permits, and approvals enable business and create opportunities for investors in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov.ng, Twitter at DPR Hotline, and Instagram at DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150.
Hybrid Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about these certifications, those are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to Hybrid.
Over the years, the Department of Petroleum Resources DPR has been carrying out its mandate of supervision and regulation of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, the cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an enviable platform with highly trained manpower to carry out these responsibilities that cut across the value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry. Today, DPR and its leadership is still bringing up new and excellent innovations to see to the optimum performance of the industry, bringing down the cost of production, increasing revenue to government and the population. Our service instruments of licenses, permits, and approvals enable business and create opportunities for investors in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov.ng, Twitter at DPR Hotline, and Instagram at DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150.
Why choose Chess Subsea Engineering? We are the fastest growing renewable energy and subsea engineering consulting company in the world. Voted Best Offshore and Subsea Engineering Firm of the UK at the Energy Innovator Awards 2019. We are headquartered in the UK and have several offices around the world, including Canada and Nigeria. We have the largest subsea engineering, pipeline engineering, drilling engineering, and renewable energy training course library in the world, with more than 200 courses. No other company has this many. Our engineers have more than 30 years of experience. We have consulted for companies such as BP, Shell, Phillips 66, and more. Our consultants are based in over 35 countries around the world. We have sold hundreds of individual courses worldwide and in-house company trainings. So what are you waiting for? For information, contact info@chesssubseaengineering.org or visit www.chesssubseaengineering.org.
Check, 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 check.
Good afternoon again. We're about to start off the next phase of the program. We decided to go ahead and finish up on all the awards and also go ahead with the inauguration of the new EXCO members while we move the annual general meeting a little bit further so that we're done with the formal part of today's event. I'd like to ask everyone to please, again, my in-house audience, please take your seats while we resume today's program. Can I ask for everyone outside to please come in? So the next item on the list is we're going to be having the fellowship awards. Would you like to tell me what constitutes a fellow? What do I have to do to become a fellow of Ogtan?
Well, that's a very good question, Oluchi. Thank you. So these fellowship awards or awardees are people who have contributed a great deal to Ogtan's development. You'll notice that many of the awardees are foundation members who were also members of the board of Ogtan in the early days of Ogtan, and they did a lot of work to make sure Ogtan started out on a good note and laid the foundation for what we see today as Ogtan. So they have contributed to the growth of Ogtan as a body.
Awesome, thank you very much. I need to contribute a lot to get here. I started now, but at least from this work I'm doing, I've stepped up a little bit.
Exactly. So looking up to you getting a fellowship award.
Very soon, very, very soon. All right, our very first fellowship recipient is Professor Joel Ogbonna, and we'll have his citation read. I believe he's not available at the moment, but his citation will be read regardless. So I'd like to ask the tech team to go ahead.
Engineering with the University of Port Harcourt. Ogbonna F. Joel is a professor of petroleum engineering with the University of Port Harcourt. He is the African Regional Representative of National Registry of Environmental Professionals, NREP, USA. He is presently the Dean Faculty of Engineering, University of Port Harcourt, as well as the Center Leader for the World Bank Africa Center of Excellence for Oilfield Chemicals Research, University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Prior to moving to the University of Port Harcourt, he worked with Halliburton Energy Services, Nigeria for 18 years, where he held various senior management positions ranging from technology manager to several years of international exposure with Halliburton Research Center, Duncan, USA, where he worked with experts in oilfield chemicals and developed global best practices in research management and developed local oilfield chemical substitute for deployment in Nigeria. He is a subject expert in oilfield chemicals research and application. While in Halliburton Energy Services, he pioneered research on the use of local cement for oilfield application in Nigeria, specializes also in the management of environmental and pollution control issues in the oil and gas industry. He is a member of various professional bodies, a registered engineer, Koren, fellow of the Institute of Safety Professional of Nigeria, FISPON, and fellow of Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers, FNSCHE. He has published over 140 papers in international and local journals and given numerous presentations, both local and international, in the area of his expertise. In collaboration with other team of researchers, developed 2 patents and a recipient of many grants. He is also a member of Technical Advisory Board for Research and Development of Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, NCDMB, a visiting professor and external examiner to many universities in Africa and Nigeria. He is the managing consultant and founder of Pollution Control and Environmental Management, POSEMA Limited, an indigenous company that specializes in environmental management and pollution control, as well as local content research in oil field chemicals. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Professor Ogbonna F. Joel for the Oil and Gas Trainers Association Fellowship Award 2021.
A round of applause for him, please. Is he available?
Professor Joel is in Port Harcourt. I'm sure he's watching us. He has served this association meritoriously. Like our incoming vice president said, he had made his contribution to this industry. Now, by the power that is vested in me as the president of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria, I present to Professor Joel Ogbonna in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the growth and development of the association and the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. After now, Professor Joel can put in front of his name, F. Ogtan. Thank you very much. So, Prof, in Port Harcourt, you have received it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, I think you might as well just stay with us. Or the site, okay, all right. The next person, the next awardee of the Fellow Ogtan Award is Mrs. Michelle Ayebusi. Can we have her citation, please?
Mrs. Michelle Ayebusi. As the Pioneer General Secretary and Treasurer of Ogtan, Mrs. Ayebusi was a member of the Board of Trustees who worked tirelessly to build the association from an initial 10-member training association to a full-fledged organization of over 250 member companies, and which now has pride of place in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Her contributions in promoting the objectives of the association and upholding the ethics of the training profession are exemplary. Since 2010, she has been at the forefront of establishing standards for training delivery in the private and public sectors, with guidelines, templates, and frameworks to ensure standardization of startup new projects. Her achievements include the design, development, and successful implementation of organizational competency frameworks and talent development models. A member of the British Institute of Learning and Development side of the Education and Training Sectorial Group, she has had the opportunity to deliver papers as a keynote speaker on human capital development at international and national platforms, notable of which were at the Global Education and Training Conference, London, UK, 2014, Practical Nigerian Content Conference, 2015. She has also delivered presentations at other fora and written various articles covering competency management, developing talent mindset, creating a high-performance culture, coaching and mentoring, amongst others. 17, to create the West Africa Trade and Investment Forum, WATIF, a platform which facilitates intra- and inter-regional collaborations across sub-Saharan Africa, with education and skills development as one of the sectors in focus. Michelle Ayebusi has been involved in a not-for-profit and charitable activities since 2005, between 2000 programs. Michelle has many sides to her. She is a songwriter with over 50 songs to her credit. She further expresses her philosophy and thoughts about life in quotes. She recently started a blog where she writes about health and wellness through health choices, spirituality and purpose, business and career, as well as family and relationships. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Mrs. Michelle Ayegbusi for the Oil and Gas Trainers Association Fellowship Award 2021.
Please, let's put our hands together for Madam Ayegbusi. You have done very well. You know, one thing is, there are people who have worked and we are laying on the foundations they have laid. If you forget that foundation, the house will crumble. These are the people who have laid the foundations. With Professor Mike Onyekon, Mrs. Wonola, today we bring to reckoning what you have done for this industry. And we have no money to give you, but this is to tell you that we appreciate you. And on behalf of Ogtan and by the power that is conferred on me as the president of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association, I present to you Mrs. Michelle Branco Ayegbusi in recognition of your outstanding contribution to the growth and development of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria and the oil industry. Congratulations. And after this, you can put at the back of your name, F. Ogtan.
Thank you. Our next recipient is another one of those foundational members of Ogtan, and her name is Mrs. Anita Omoyele Otitoju. Can we please have her citation?
Omoyele. Anita has over 25 years of oil industry experience, has worked for Shell, TP Limited, and Foster Wheeler, where she rose to the position of Vice President for Sub-Saharan Africa, handling a regional work portfolio across 7 African countries. Prior to leaving in April 2009, Anita incorporated Deep Blue Energy Services Limited in May 2009 in response to the growing need for increased local content, penetration, and compliance in Nigeria's energy sector. Under Anita's leadership as the CEO, Deep Blue Energy Services has evolved to providing a diversified spectrum of technical solutions ranging from manpower support to specialist engineering services, with the company well positioned for the next phase of growth in the new decade. Anita is a leading voice in the Nigerian upstream sector and remains passionate about mentoring young oil and gas professionals. Anita is a member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, Ogtan, Wayne, and Institute of Directors. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Anita Omoyele for the Oil and Gas Trainers Association Fellowship Award 2021.
Please, let's put our hands together for Anita. This young lady has done so much for this country. She's a mother. Forget all how she's, you've done well. And please bring the award. We cannot do anything but to just say thank you for what you have done. And Ogtan is grateful for what you have done. I mentioned it in the money. For 4 years, we couldn't do one digest. This woman did digest almost all through the time of Professor Mike Onyekon. So we miss you. And that tells me that you did well. And thank you for your contribution for this industry and for Ogtan. You are still looking very good. And so by the power that is conferred on me as the president of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Nigeria, I present to you Mrs. Anita Amole, in recognition of your outstanding contribution to the growth and development of Ogtan and the Nigeria oil and gas industry. After now, you can put behind your name, F. Ogtan.
Thank you very much. The next recipient of the fellowship award is Mr. Ayo Otuyalo, the MD of Prime Atlantic Group Limited, and he's represented here by one of his staff. Can we have his citation read, please?
Mr. Ayo Otuyalo. Ayo Otuyalo is the Group Managing Director of Prime Atlantic Limited, PAL. He has over 25 years experience in the oil and gas industry with expertise in business development and strategic planning. He founded Prime Atlantic in 2003 with a vision to effectively build capacity in the industry by offering a comprehensive bouquet of services and solutions delivered to global standards. He has since successfully established the Prime Atlantic Group of companies, which offer a wide range of services and solutions within the oil and gas, power, construction, manufacturing, and food and beverages industries in Nigeria and the West African region. The group of companies includes the following subsidiaries: Prime Atlantic Sigelec PACE, a joint venture between Prime Atlantic Limited, Nigeria, and Vinci Energies, France, established in 2005 to provide operations, maintenance, pre-commissioning, and commissioning technical services and training services within the oil and gas industry. West Atlantic Energy Nigeria Limited, WAIL, Department of Petroleum Resources, licensee for the offshore system permit, established in 2009 and is in partnership with Collabro UK to provide personal logistics, data management, and HSE services to the oil and gas industry in Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa as a whole. Prime Atlantic Global Instruments Limited, PAGI, an engineering and procurement company set up to provide sales, services, installation, after-sales care, and training on process automation, metering, and instrumentation solutions in the oil and gas, food and beverage, power, and energy industries in Nigeria. Sinouth Resources Limited, the authorized Nigerian distributor for McDermott Offshore Solutions Limited, UK, and Wilhelmsman Ships Services, WSS. Sinouth Resources provides specialty chemicals and offshore solutions to the oil and gas and marine industry. Prime Atlantic Safety Services, PASS, formerly Falk Prime Atlantic, established in 2008 to provide safety, survival, and emergency response training and consultancy services to the oil and gas, maritime, and aviation industry, as well as the public sector. The company's world-class training center, located in Ogun State, Nigeria, is the first of its kind in West Africa. Under Mr. Otuyalo's leadership, Prime Atlantic Group has continued to excel, expand, diversify, and deliver world-class and internationally recognized services and solutions across various industries in Nigeria and the West Africa region. He graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University, OAU, University of Ife in 1995 with a BSc Honors in Pharmacy, and he has a certificate in Strategy, Building and Sustaining Competitive Advantage from the Harvard Business School Executive Education Program.
Can I invite
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Ayo Otuyalo for the Oil and Gas Trainers Association Fellowship Award 2021.
Okay, can I invite Mrs. Folake Shoyowo to receive the award on his behalf?
Congratulations. And I'm seeing Mr. Otuyalo, not Mrs. So that's the person. Let's move this way. Mr. Otuyalo he has done so much for this industry. And all we can say is to say thank you to him. And please give him our greetings. And on behalf of the Oil and Gas Association, and as by the power that is conferred on me as the president, I conferred on him the association's fellowship. And he can now put behind his name, F. Ogtan. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. So without wasting much time, we're going to go ahead into the service award portion of today's event. The service award is an award given to the immediate outgoing members of the Executive Council in appreciation of their hard work over the past 2 years. And I'm just going to ask for the president to please stay here to give the awards. And we are going to start with Mazi Sam Onyechi, who is our outgoing vice president. Where is he? He's not here. Okay, no problem. Let's actually start from the Lagos Zonal Coordinator, and that is Mr. Dakpo Omolade, the outgoing Lagos Zonal Coordinator. He's not here too. He's around. He's just not here. Can someone call their attention, please? Thank you. Okay, is there someone who is here? Could you help me? Okay, so can we have Engineer John Ewedere instead, who is the Warri Zonal Coordinator, outgoing Warri Zonal Coordinator. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much for your service, sir.
Can you help them there? Congratulations. Thank you, sir. You have to get us somebody there now. So this, I'm still in the background to support the new block. Okay. No, they've not got it. Thank you very much. Engineer John Ewodere. This is a service award to you. You have performed very well and in appreciation of your meritorious service to Ogtan in 2029, 2019 to 2021. I present you this outstanding award. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we have the Port Harcourt Zonal Coordinator come up stage, Dr. Alex Umai, the Port Harcourt Zonal Coordinator. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he walks majestically with his cane, strutting to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause.
Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Alex Umai. He has just been re-elected for a good job done in Port Harcourt. So on behalf of Ogtan, Dr. Alex Umai, I present to you in appreciation of your meritorious service to Ogtan as Port Harcourt Zonal Coordinator, this outstanding award. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Okay. Can we have Engineer Azogu Ifediora to please come up to receive the award, service award, is the treasurer.
That's the Jagaban of Ogtan.
Yes.
The Jagaban of Ogtan is chairman of everywhere. Abuja, Lagos, Warri, everywhere. I enjoy your counseling. And he's an elderly person who wants peace everywhere. I enjoy you so much. On behalf of Ogtan, I'm privileged to present to you Engineer Zogwi Federer this meritorious outstanding award. Please continue the good work and continue to guide the president that is coming. Congratulations. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Can I have Mr. Austin Uzoma Ogu, please come up for his award?
Please, let's put our hands together for this young man. I enjoy his contributions every time, and you are very deep, and you have no flavor. Whether this man likes me or not, you give it every time, and it's for the interest of Ogtan. It's my pleasure and privilege to present to you Meritorious Award. Thank you very much.
Can I have Mr. Matthew Olale, the outgoing financial secretary, to please come up?
This man is not my best friend, but he works best. He's not my best friend, but he works best. Please, let's put our hands together for him. FS, I will miss your calls. I want to thank you. We have worked both well for this association. And I hope you will continue that in Lagos as the coordinator. So on behalf of Ogtan, I present to you this service award. Congratulations.
We'll also like to recognize Mr. Afolabi Davidson, the outgoing General Secretary. He's here already.
Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Afolabi. You know, he took over from me as zonal chairman in Lagos. And very soon, something else will happen. And I want to thank you for what you have done and to appreciate your good works that you have done for this association. It is on behalf of Ogtan that I present you this outstanding award for service. Thank you very much.
Okay, we also have Engineer David, who is the Assistant General Secretary. Is he around?
Yes, that's
okay.
Round
of applause.
Please, let's put our hands together for him. He just gave his daughter out in marriage. So please, let's put our hands together for him. He will soon become a grandfather, very soon. He attends almost every meeting that we attend, we called. This man works all the way from Port Harcourt and a very senior managing director of his company. And I appreciate your contributions. And please, let's continue that manner. It's on behalf of Ogtan that we recognize your efforts in Ogtan with this. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, we would like to call on the outgoing Vice President of Ogtan to receive his service award for a fantastic 2 years beside
let's
the president.
Put our hands together
for the outgoing Vice President, please. And incoming President. So let's clap well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. This is not the handing over time yet. This thing is very heavy on me, and I want to put it out very quickly. And I want to thank, he's a very senior managing director of his business. He manages his business. I think he will do well as the incoming president of Ogtan. And I want to encourage all of us to please support him. And but this award is for you as the vice president of Ogtan. And I want to thank you for serving this association in this capacity. And that is why you have been elected, the president-elect. So on behalf of Ogtan, I present to you for your service in 2019 to 2021, the Service Award for this period. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for both our presidents, who I'm actually going to ask to stay behind because we're moving into the main event of the day, or one of the main events, which is the inauguration of the new EXCO members. And this is going to be handled by Professor Mike Onyekonwu. We're having the formal inauguration of new executive members by the outgoing chairman, Board of Trustees.
I think Prof's award, please. We need to present his award to him. And yes, you are a member of, let Prof come and let me say something about him. Prof is my teacher. And I know that as many of us that are here, Prof should be our teacher. And this man he is the founding chairman, Board of Trustees of Ogtan. On behalf of Ogtan, he was on the council of the Nigerian Content and Monitoring Board. They fashioned this industry. Like I was telling Mrs. Ayebusi, they were the foundation of this industry. And the Constitution, everything, when they were begging, please, let's do this thing, let's do this thing. He has done so much for this industry. He has gone beyond Ogtan. He founded Ogtan, helped modify the industry. He has been a professor to most of the people that are in managing this country as at today. And please, let's put our hands together for him. And he didn't say that we are his students. He participated in almost even 80% of the executive committee meetings. Even in Port Harcourt, he will be online with us. We will be there, we will go on break, he will come back again. I am honored to make this presentation to you and to let you know that you have built capacity in this industry. Your students are the one now presenting this to you. That's why you're a rich man. And Prof, I want to thank you, sir. Please don't leave us alone. And it's my pleasure and honor to make this outstanding service award to you, sir, and to thank you for what you have done for this industry. All the people in diaspora, wherever you are listening to us, please just put your hands together wherever you are for this young man. Prof should be going to his 80s very close, very soon. And I want to thank you, Prof. Thank you very much, sir. I present this to you. It's not your own, not your own.
As you'll notice, the president said Prof is his teacher. He's actually looking up to his teacher. They're wearing the same color suits.
So, Prof will moderate the handing over now. Okay. And I think you are all part of the EXCO. So, Prof will call the names. Okay. It was okay. Yes. When you finish that, then you go. Oh, God. Yes.
I'm very sure that when we started, we established the protocol. And then what I will simply say is that I will stand on it. Later, I will recognize some of the people that are of great help to our organization. What I want to do is to thank everyone that is here. I also want to thank all the people that have served, everybody that served. And I want to thank particularly Dr. Afe. He has been the president for 4 years. And let me also say that I want to thank the wife. The affair has always been released by the wife to come and work. If she didn't like that, she would have stopped him. So let me thank you, madam. We appreciate you. Let me also thank Dr. Afe for recognizing all the people that work with me. When we are calling the names and giving them fellowship, I was really happy that you could remember that most of them labored for this organization. So thank you so much. Thank you, your team, for that. Let me say this, that somebody has finished serving does not mean he's away. It is somebody who does not understand what this organization stands for that plays with it. If we don't grow capacity, what it means is that we don't advance the future. We need to grow capacity. If we don't, we're going to have a serious problem in our society. So this job, for those of you that have finished, is what I call unending. The Ogtan has rooms for everyone to serve. I hope you know that we are not the same thing. That's, if you don't understand, Afe brought great publicity to this organization. We are very busy with doing little things, but he took us to some other heights that we didn't do. And I do appreciate it. And what I want to say is that we need to continue to work together, recognizing each other's strength. When I saw the new executive, I know them, you know, it is a younger generation. But with Sam and Joseph, I know that we are in for a good thing, in the sense that there's going to be streamlining. There's going to be a lot of doing things right. Today, Joseph talked about it. There are things we must do orderly. If we do them, we are not going to be chasing NCDMB, but NCDMB will come to us. That's what I believe. I don't believe in chasing anybody, minister. No, no, no. You do things that attract people to you. I think that's the best way to
Mr. Matthew Olale, Lagos Zonal Coordinator, please come up, sir.
Gave me the power. I would have said, by the right to confer on me. Somebody will meet me tomorrow and say that you didn't have that right in the Constitution. But just permit me to. Where's Joseph?
Oh, so you must have been
Joseph,
inadvertently.
where is your picture? Is not here.
You're not here. What happened? What did you do to them? All right. So Mr. Engineer Joseph Keru, he's the financial secretary. Sorry, the general secretary. Engineer Joseph Keru, General Secretary, Ogtan.
Okay, I think the only one that is missing is Dakwa. Dakwa is not here. You don't need to call your name. You don't need to call your name. Dakwa is not here. I'm surprised that Dakwa is not. Okay, it's sad. You know, he's worked so hard. You know, please permit me to oversee this transfer of power from our able, untiring Dr. Afe Mayowa to Mazi Sam.
Gentlemen, it is that I've served this association for 4 years. And at this moment, it's a great pleasure for me to hand over the reins of power and leadership of Ogtan to my friend and brother, Mercy Sam Oyeshi. Welcome the president of Ogtan. I thought those people would play all this music, all those.
Thank you, my indefatigable president. I think after the inauguration, I will. Thank you.
I can see that one there now, but now, so. That material is not there. It's not there. Wow. The other part.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good. Listen.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mike Onyekonwu, the outgoing chairman, Board of Trustees of Ogtan, and my indefatigable president, Dr. Femayowa. We will not miss you because the chairman, he is still a member of National Executive Council of Ogtan as the immediate past president, and is also the incoming chairman of the board of directors. So we acknowledge you. We acknowledge your presence of your delectable wife, Mrs. Mayowa, who has been a pillar of support for our president. You can see the love in the eyes of, if our cameras can picture this beautiful woman who has been a pillar of support for our president. You can see that behind every successful man, there is a solid woman. A lot of women don't know that if you don't pray for your husband, if you don't give him support, he's not going to go anywhere. I also want to use this opportunity to also extend my greetings to my own lovely wife, because Ogtan is actually a family affair. Sometimes we take our business home, we video ourselves while we're at home with our families. So I want to extend my congratulations and my well wishes to my dear wife, pharmacist Mrs. Chioma Azoka, who has been a pillar of support to me. So all protocols duly observed. I want to say it is with great pleasure that I receive this honor with deep gratitude to God as I stand before you as the Ogtan new president. And on behalf of our new team of executives elected to oversee the affairs of our great association, to offer our humble thanks for trusting us to represent Ogtan for the next 2 years. Our promise is that we will not fail to deserve the trust bestowed on us. Ogtan, as we may all know, was established under the auspices of NCDMB in 2010 as an outsourced human capacity building initiative aimed at harnessing the entire stream of learning services provisions available in the industry through established training services providers and organizing these into an umbrella group that would aid pointed achievement of the human capital development goals of NCDMB. Ogtan has consequently evolved over time through the hard work of people like Professor Mike Onyekonwu, people like our indefatigable president. I always refer to him as that because that's the word, the objective word that comes to me every time. Our president is a man about town. He's everywhere. He never stops. He has a lot of energy. We pray God that we'll have such energy to step into his shoes. So these kind of people have built Ogtan, and it has evolved over time under the able and sustained support of NCDMB into the darling of the industry she is today. Nothing succeeds like success. That's why a lot of parastatals are identified with Ogtan. The industry is identified with Ogtan. Ogtan is recognized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, by the Department of Petroleum Resources, and all the people far and wide. That's why we have to do what we need to do to merit that trust, to merit that thing that has been conferred upon us. And so that's what this new administration of Ogtan is bent on doing. With the support of my team, I am blessed indeed. I am blessed because actually what does a leader do? He sets targets, he initiates objectives, and he uses talents that are around him to achieve success. And the clappings go to him, but behind him, there are lots of men and women, capable people, and I am very happy to have the team that I'm going to work with. So over the years, Ogtan has been blessed with great leadership, starting from the pioneer president and current board chairman, Professor Mike Onyekonwu, to the dynamic outgoing president, or outgone now, Dr. Mayowa FNAPE, all who have worked tirelessly to bring Ogtan to where she is today in the industry. I want to say a huge thank you to you, Dr. Fe, and to all these gentlemen. We are promising you your labors will not be in vain, as God is our helper. We will build on what you have established. As part of our takeoff targets, in addition to completing all the assignments you have left for us, all other projects of the last ESCO, of which we were largely part of, we will be hosting several Ogtan lecture series, which we have started with this one that's just been given, designed to announce Ogtan member companies and the numerous industry and academic relevant trainings that should change the industry and the nation, but which hitherto has been growing mold in the portfolios of our members, seeking platforms under which they will be advertised and used to impact lives. Ogtan is that platform. And we intend to host Ogtan member companies that meet the mark regularly to showcase these courses to the industry, the universities, fresh graduates seeking career guidance, undergraduates seeking to improve their knowledge, etc. This, we believe, will be good advert for Ogtan and our companies, and will increase our industry relevance and the NCDMB goals of HCD initiatives through Ogtan. We will also be featuring weekly bulletins and monthly digests, which is an assignment given to us by the ex-president already. And this will show Ogtan activities and programs, as well as industry-relevant information. And there will be Ogtan Feature Company of the Month, which will exhibit an Ogtan member company and a portfolio of activities and programs for the monthly digest. This will showcase any company that meets the mark. We're not looking for or the people that don't have standards. We are looking for those that when others see them, they will aspire to be like them. These companies of Ogtan we will exhibit in our portfolio, in our monthly digest portfolios. So while our weekly bulletins will highlight some Ogtan member companies who have attained visible milestones in any of their endeavors, especially in human capacity development initiatives, attained accreditations, or installed significant new facilities for improving HCD and learning services provision. Why are we focused on this? Because this new administration is going to focus on quality and standards. That is the only way we can announce ourselves to the industry. So we're not looking for mediocres. You want to belong to Ogtan, you have to have standard practice. You have to standardize not just your quality management system, but your learning services provisions. And thank God we have people that are experts. I am also a quality professional myself. I'm a certified NINAS assessor for the general manufacturing industry. So Ogtan ATSP standardization audit of our members for meeting requirements for global standards of practice will continue. It is worthy of note that this standardization of Ogtan members management systems and learning services provision will be a major focus of this administration, as this is the only way Ogtan can achieve national and international relevance in human capital development, and indeed achieve a great part of our mandate in the NCDMB's 10-year strategic development plan. Of equally high importance to this administration is the certification of Ogtan Secretariat and Management to ISO 9001:2015, and follow-up of accreditation of our services to relevant international standards with a view to improving her value addition to the industry and her membership in standardizing and regulating relevant aspects of learning services provisions of our members and the industry. Ogtan will seek to become a regulatory form of institution, an institute that will be able to say, when you see you have the Ogtan mark, when you see the Ogtan mark, it will be like the SON mark. It will be a form of certified persona for that industry, for that company, that this company, this learning services provision for this company has a thumbs up. That's what it's going to be like. So in view of the COVID-19 realities and its impact on human social interactions, we will foster and encourage the use of e-learning platforms for our members and work with relevant organizations to encourage use of web-based educational technology and software backed by economically viable and reliable learning management systems to further standardize our service delivery. This is the way to go. That's the truth. E-learning is the way to go. And it helps you also to standardize your practice, where maybe you don't need your staff to be reminded that this person has registered This person needs to be reminded that his course is beginning in 2 days' time, and these are the things that he requires and all that. All these can easily be automated by an industry, by a company, a learning services provision company that wants to be top-notch. So we will strengthen our partnerships with all stakeholders, such as PTDF, ITF, MBTE, NIW, universities, and all educational institutions, all IOCs, LOCs, national and international training organizations, regulatory bodies, especially our evergreen supporter, DPR, and our overall mother parastatal, NCDMB. It is our earnest intent to work closely with our mother parastatal, NCDMB, on developing a national oil and gas operational standard, NOGOS, which Ogtan has been in the forefront of its realization and have submitted a draft standardization framework and guidelines through her SWG in the NCDMB LCCF. In closing, I want to especially thank engineers.
BSc Honors Degree in Geology, Ondo State University, Ado-Ekiti in 1988. He did that one-year mandatory NYSC at Akwa Ibom State in 1988 and 1989. He taught briefly for 1 year at the St. Michael Catholic Secondary School, Akure, before proceeding to the University of Port Harcourt in 1990. In petroleum geology in 2010. For close to 30 years, Afe has held several technical and management positions in the oil and gas industry. He started his oil industry career with South Sea Petroleum, Port Harcourt, Rivers State in 1991. As a trainee geologist, he later moved on to Geotrex Systems, a famous petroleum consultancy company in Nigeria in 1992, where he worked as a geologist and biostratigrapher. He went back to Port Harcourt to join Location Sample Service International as a senior petrophysicist and core analyst in 1995. He worked there for about 6 years before moving on to join Halliburton Energy Services in 2001. He was trainee in Halliburton and had the opportunity to work in the United States of America, United Kingdom, Brazil, Mexico, Netherlands, United Arab Emirates, and Germany. While in Halliburton, he won the President Club Award, the first in West Africa, and reserved for the top best performance in the corporation. He left Halliburton in 2004 and joined Paradigm Geophysical as the company's pioneer country manager. He oversees and manages the company in the sub-Saharan Africa. He left the company in 2008 to establish Danvik Petroleum International Corporation, Houston, Texas, USA, and Danvik Petroleum International Nigeria Limited. Both companies, together with her foreign partners, has been instrumental in the donation of software worth millions of US dollars and training of over 200 university lecturers in about 40 universities in Nigeria. This singular effort has added to the improved quality of geoscience graduates coming out of Nigerian university in recent times. Mayowa is currently the president, European Association of Geoscientists and Engineers, AGE, Nigeria chapter, past president and fellow, Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE. He is also a member of the American Association of Petroleum Geologists, AAPG, 2011 to 2018, chairman, board of trustees, McPherson University, Seriki Shotayo, Ogun State, Nigeria, 2009 to 2018, member, board of directors, Foursquare Gospel Church in Nigeria. Dr. Afe has published numerous scientific papers and awarded many professional accolades. He is married to Olanike Olayinka Afe, and they are both blessed with 4 adult children. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Dr. Mayowa Lawrence Afe for the Oil and Gas Trainers Association Fellow Award 2021.
A round of applause once more for Dr. Afe and Dr. Mrs. Afe. What a man has, a woman has, because on the days of weddings, they will always tell you that which I have, I share with you. So we are looking at Dr. and Dr. Mrs. Mayowa Afe. Please, a round of applause for our president. I have the first official assignment by the powers conferred upon me in a few minutes ago as the president of Ogtan to confer on our untiring president, on our indefatigable president, the man of the people, the man that is everywhere. He has brought vigor and activity to Ogtan. We cannot but accept, even his enemies will attest that this man is everywhere. And so on behalf of Ogtan and the presidency that you just left, which has been conferred upon me, I give you this award and say that it is well with you. You have done well. You always tell people they have done well. I'm returning to you that blessing, that you have done well indeed. May God continue to prosper you. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Afe. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And so we thank Dr. Afe for what he has done for Ogtan. And in same light, he has also been giving service awards to all ex-executives of Ogtan. It is now his own turn as well because he also served Ogtan. This award is on behalf of Ogtan generally, but we also have an award for him for excellent service. And so, Dr. Afe, in appreciation of your meritorious service to Ogtan as president, we also present you this award. Thank you. All right, so
we have a new fellow who unfortunately could not join us as at the time of the reading of the citation, but he's here right now virtually. Can we hook him up to be able to say some words since he was not available? Professor Joel Obonna. Are we good to go? A round of applause for him, please. He was unavailable initially.
Thank you very much. I was working with the time of 5 o'clock. It was my desire to be there alive, but unfortunately I couldn't make it. I want to thank you sincerely for this honor, and I want to thank every member of the organization for the great work you are doing. I think Ogtan has become a household name for those of us who are working with NCDMB. I want to say that we started this drive of Ogtan, and I'm glad that it's still alive. I can see that the president, the outgoing president, doing more than what we did. And I want to say that even the president has the potentials to do more. So once again, I want to thank you, and I wish I were there in person. I want to say that I will do my best to ensure I promote the good work that you've started. Once again, thank you. Hello? Hello?
To receive his service award, and then the new president will also close us out for the physical version of this, and we'll move on to the AGM, which is fully virtual. A round of applause for both of them as they come up.
all right. So Mr. Dapo Omolade, our outgoing Lagos Zonal Coordinator, outgone. And now Ogtan's new PRO. This is the new face of Ogtan. And I want to charge him as he's receiving this service award to ensure that our dream and vision of becoming a much more publicly known name is achieved within the shortest possible time. My charge to you is that the Ogtan Digest, and you and the team we intend to set up, that Ogtan Digest will be ready before June 2021. And by God's special grace, God will give you the grace to do that. On behalf of Ogtan, we give you this service award in appreciation of your meritorious service to Ogtan as Lagos Zonal Coordinator. A round of applause for him, please. Congratulations. And so on this beautiful note, we want to bring this beautiful event to a close. And I want to thank all of you, those who attended online virtually, and those who are seated with us here. We thank you for the time you have spent with us. I believe it is time well spent. And we ask you to please continue to identify with the goals and visions of Ogtan as we promise more exciting times, more visible impact, and things that will bring human capacity development closer to every one of us, because skills is a global currency. There's nobody who, when oil and gas is gone, when alternative energy sources become the order of the day, those who are skilled, who are qualified, certified internationally, they will find their feet anywhere. That is the beauty of human capacity development. So I want to charge all of you to identify with Ogtan, because we are occupying a bridge. We are a bridge across the academia and the industry. The trainings that we offer makes it possible for a fresh graduate to be industry ready within a very short space of time. And so long as he's employed and feeding his family, then life's goals and ambitions are achieved. That is what Ogtan is supposed to do. So ladies and gentlemen, we thank all of you once more. And as we bring this to a close, we want to ask our father, Professor Michael Onyekon, to give us a closing prayer as we shut down the virtual aspect of our event and go for our AGM, which marks the official end of one ESCO and the beginning of another. Thank you again, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just announce to everybody, all the service awardees to please come upstage for a group photograph. And after that, all of the new ESCO members, the fellows as well, all the fellows to please come up for their group photograph. And then on behalf of the president, all of the new ESCO members to please hang around. We'll have a quick word from the president. And after that, hopefully it'll be time for dinner for all. Dinner is supposed to be in about an hour. Thank you. Photograph session now. So all of the service awardees to come up with their plaques for the group photograph.
Hello?
Can we all rise for a closing prayer? Next year, I'll actually retire from the university at the age of 70. So I'm looking forward to retiring. I've been served in university for 42 years. 42 years. Austin, how old are you? We just give God glory for everything. Father, we just thank you for today. Thank you for Johnny Mercies. Thank you for a good ending of the old administration and a fresh beginning for the new ones. Father, our prayer is that you continue to sustain all of us. Give us the wisdom, give us the energy. When we gather next time to do a thing like this, the report will be great. It will be hard that our name is all over. We'll achieve the things we have outlined to achieve. May your wisdom continue to be with us. May you take all the glory. May you take all the honor. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you, sir.
So all the Ogtan previous ESCO service awardees to please come up stage. Yeah. Fellows to please wait after that. Okay, let's have all the fellows to please come. All fellows present. Yes. All fellows present to please come up. And the new fellows. She left. She left. So all the new ESCO members, please come around to the front here. New ESCO members, please come to the front tables, please.
Hybrid Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. Hybrid Group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges, and here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world.
Our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about the certifications, these are specific certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to Hybrid.
A round of applause to Dr. Mayowa Afe.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everywhere you are watching us from, all over the world. We're great.
Of Shell Petroleum Engineering and Renewable Energy Training Course Library in the world, with more than 200 courses.
Over the years, the Department of Petroleum Resources DPR has been carrying out its mandate of supervision and regulation of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, the cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an enviable platform with highly trained manpower to carry out these responsibilities. The value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry. Today, DPR and its leadership is still bringing up new and excellent innovations to see to the optimum performance of the industry, bringing down the cost of production, increasing revenue to government and the population. Our service instruments of licenses, permits, and approvals enable business and create opportunities for investors in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov.ng, Twitter at DPR Hotline, and Instagram at DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150.
Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources and Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited is an indigenous company that renders services to oil and gas industry. Registered in 1990 with her roots in the university, her vision is to become an enduring organization that utilizes available resources in solving intellectual problems in the oil and gas industry. Our services includes reservoir management services, laboratory services, which includes private services, environmental services and special core analysis, SCAL, research and development services, slickline services, data management services, lab and field equipment, procurement and training services, manpower training services, Laser Petroleum Geosciences Center, LPGC. For further inquiries, contact Laser Engineering and Resources Consultants Limited, enhancing optimal recovery through specialized services.